Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the contractor said it would take a day to replace the insulation. A few hours in, he called me over, pale and shaking. Embedded in the wall near the baseboard was a human tooth, not old, not yellowed, fresh, and it wasn't alone. Dozens more were scattered between layers of drywall, some with traces of gum tissue still attached. I didn't recognize them, but one had a small chip that looked exactly like mine. I hadn't lost a tooth in years. The contractor left. I didn't stop him. That night the walls made a soft chattering sound, like teeth grinding together. I stood in my kitchen the next morning, coffee growing cold in my hands, staring at the hole in the wall. The tooth with the chip sat on my counter, wrapped in a paper towel. I placed it there after the contractor fled, unsure what else to do. The resemblance to my own dental work was unsettling. A hairline fracture along the left canine that my dentist had mentioned but never fixed. I called the previous owner, a woman whose voice carried the weight of too many secrets. She claimed ignorance, but her breathing changed when I described what we'd found. Quick, shallow breaths like someone trying not to hyperventilate. She hung up before I could ask more questions. The police officer who came to investigate seemed more interested in his phone than the evidence. He bagged the teeth with the disinterest of someone collecting litter, said they'd run tests, but his tone suggested otherwise. After he left, I noticed he'd missed several fragments scattered across the floor, small pieces that caught the light like broken glass. I swept them up myself, each one clicking against the others in the dustpan. The sound made my jaw ache. That afternoon, I visited my dentist. I told him about the discovery, watched his face for any flicker of recognition. He examined my mouth with unusual intensity, checking and rechecking the chip in my canine. His latex gloves squeaked against my teeth as he probed deeper than necessary. "When did you say you last had dental work done?" he asked, though I hadn't mentioned any recent procedures. The question haunted me. I couldn't remember my last cleaning, couldn't even remember making the appointment I supposedly had next week. My calendar showed the entry in my own handwriting, but I had no memory of writing it. I spent the evening researching the house's history. The public records were sparse, but I found a newspaper clipping from decades ago about a missing person case. The description was vague, but one detail stood out. The missing individual had distinctive dental work, including a chipped canine tooth. The article mentioned an ongoing investigation, but I couldn't find any follow-up stories. I returned to the wall that night, flashlight in hand, and began removing more drywall. The teeth seemed to follow a pattern, clustered in specific areas as if they'd been placed rather than hidden. Some were secured with what looked like dental cement, professionally applied. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "Stop digging." I stared at the message, then at the wall. The hole I'd created was larger now, revealing a cavity that stretched deeper than the insulation should have allowed. I reached inside and felt something unexpected, a small metal object, smooth and cold. It was a dental tool, a specialized extraction instrument that I recognized from my childhood fears of the dentist. But this one was different, modified with additional grip points and a serrated edge that seemed designed for more than routine removal. I called the dentist's office, but the answering machine played a message I'd never heard before. The voice was familiar yet wrong, like a recording played at the wrong speed. It mentioned emergency appointments available for special cases and gave a number that wasn't the one I'd always used. When I tried calling back, the line was disconnected. I spent the rest of the night photographing everything, documenting the placement of each tooth, the modifications to the extraction tool, the impossible depth of the cavity in my wall. The camera flash illuminated details I'd missed, faint scratches on the drywall that looked like tally marks, and a substance that might have been dried blood or might have been rust. The next morning, I discovered that my neighbor had been watching me through his window. He claimed he'd been concerned about the noise, but his eyes kept darting to the paper towel on my counter where I'd placed the chipped tooth. "Dental work can be expensive," he said unprompted. "Some people find alternative solutions." I asked what he meant, but he was already backing away, mumbling about needing to check his mail. The police officer returned that afternoon, but he wasn't the same one who'd visited before. This one was younger, more attentive, and he brought equipment for a thorough investigation. He photographed everything, took measurements, and carefully collected samples I'd missed. As he worked, he mentioned that there'd been similar discoveries in other houses in the neighborhood. Always during renovation work, always teeth hidden in walls. The pattern suggested someone with access to multiple properties and the knowledge to conceal evidence professionally. "We're looking at this as part of a larger investigation," he said, sealing another evidence bag. "Someone's been very busy." I wanted to ask about the dental tool, about the modification that seemed so deliberate, but something in his manner made me hesitate. He handled the extraction instrument with familiarity, as if he'd seen others like it. After he left, I sat in my kitchen and examined my own mouth in a hand mirror. The chip in my canine looked different than I remembered, more pronounced, with edges that seemed freshly broken. I ran my tongue over it, tasting something metallic. That night, I dreamed of sitting in a dental chair that wasn't in any office I'd ever visited. The person working on my mouth wore a mask that covered everything but the eyes, and those eyes seemed familiar in a way that made me want to wake up. I did wake up, but the taste of metal lingered. The walls were quiet now, no chattering sounds to disturb my sleep. But sometimes, when the house settled in the pre-dawn silence, I could swear I heard the soft whisper of latex gloves against enamel, the gentle click of teeth being sorted and counted. I never did finish the renovation. The hole in the wall remains, covered now by a bookshelf that doesn't quite fit the space. Behind it, I know the cavity extends deeper than any wall should allow, filled with secrets that someone, perhaps someone I've met, perhaps someone I trust, doesn't want discovered. The chipped tooth still sits on my counter, wrapped in that same paper towel. Every morning I unwrap it and compare it to my own reflection. The resemblance grows stronger each day, as if the chip in my canine is slowly expanding to match the evidence perfectly. Sometimes I wonder if the tooth I found was mine all along, removed during an appointment I can't remember, by a dentist whose face I can no longer clearly recall. The thought makes my jaw ache, and I find myself grinding my teeth at night, adding to the soft chattering sound that never really stopped. It just moved inside my mouth. Crime 2, I wasn't supposed to go down there. The property agent said it was sealed for insurance reasons. But one night I heard thumping from below, like fists pounding. I pried the nails off one by one. The stairs were intact, but the air grew heavier with each step. At the bottom I found a cot, a rusted bucket, and scratch marks on every surface. Something had lived there, something that had tried to escape. When I turned to go back up, the door slammed shut behind me from the outside. The metallic taste of fear coated my tongue as I stood frozen in that basement, my hands pressed against the door, feeling the grain of the wood, the splinters that dug into my palms. The silence above was more unsettling than the thumping had been. I called out, but my voice echoed back hollow and desperate. I had bought this house at auction, drawn by the Victorian architecture and the price that seemed too good to be true. The previous owner had died under circumstances the neighbors whispered about but never fully explained. The real estate agent had been eager to close, pushing papers across the table with trembling fingers that I attributed to caffeine jitters. During my first week, I noticed small things that didn't add up. The basement door had been painted over repeatedly, layers of white paint thick as frosting. The hinges were newer than the rest of the hardware, installed recently but already showing rust. When I asked the agent about it, she avoided my eyes and repeated the insurance excuse. The thumping started on a Tuesday. Rhythmic, desperate, I convinced myself it was pipes or settling wood, but pipes don't pause between strikes like someone gathering strength. I recorded it on my phone, playing it back in the kitchen above. The sound was unmistakably human, unmistakably urgent. That night I searched public records. The previous owner's name appeared in police reports dating back several years, noise complaints from neighbors, welfare checks that ended with no action taken, missing person reports that were filed and then mysteriously withdrawn. Each document raised more questions than answers. I found the hammer in the garden shed. Each nail came out with a screech that made my teeth ache. The wood around them was soft, recently disturbed. Someone had sealed this door not long ago, and they had done it quickly, carelessly. The final nail dropped to the floor with a metallic ping that seemed to echo forever. The basement smelled of dampness and something else, something organic and sour. My flashlight beam swept across concrete walls marked with scratches, some deep enough to catch my fingernails. The cot was pushed against the far wall, its metal frame twisted as if someone had shaken it violently. A chain hung from a pipe overhead, its links worn smooth by constant handling. I photographed everything, but the images came out blurry, unfocused. The scratch marks formed patterns that looked almost like words, letters carved by desperate fingernails. I traced them with my finger, feeling the rough edges, the desperation embedded in the concrete. Some were fresh, the concrete dust still pale around the edges. The bucket held water, stagnant and covered with a thin film. Beside it, a cup with a crack running down its side. On the floor, I found scraps of paper with writing so faded I could barely make out the words. Dates, it looked like, tallies. Someone had been counting something down here. That's when I heard footsteps above, heavy, deliberate. Someone was in my house. I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The door at the top was closed, but I could see light seeping underneath. The footsteps moved through the kitchen, paused at the basement door, then continued toward the front of the house. I pressed my ear to the door, listening to the creaking floorboards above. The footsteps stopped, then came a sound that made my blood freeze, the scraping of furniture being moved. Something heavy dragged across the floor directly above the basement door. Then silence. I tried the door handle. It turned, but the door wouldn't budge. Something was blocking it from the other side. I pushed harder, threw my shoulder against it, but it held firm. The person upstairs had barricaded me in. My phone had no signal in the basement. I climbed back down, searching for another way out. The windows were too small, set high in the walls and covered with thick security bars. I was trapped with the evidence of whatever had happened here before. I spent the next several hours going through everything I could find. In a corner, hidden behind the cot, I discovered a journal. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. The entries spoke of captivity, of someone who brought food and water but never spoke. The writer had been documenting their imprisonment, marking time on the walls, planning escape attempts that always failed. The final entry was dated just 2 weeks ago. The handwriting was barely legible, the words running together in panic. It described hearing new sounds upstairs, furniture being moved, preparations being made. The writer suspected they were about to be moved, or worse. I photographed every page, every detail. The evidence was overwhelming, but evidence of what exactly? The journal could belong to anyone. The scratches could have been made by a disturbed previous owner. The chain could have been used for storage. When morning came, I heard the furniture being moved again. The door opened and light flooded the stairwell. I climbed up to find my kitchen exactly as I had left it. No signs of an intruder, no evidence that anyone had been there. The real estate agent was waiting for me, sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of coffee as if she owned the place. She explained that she had a key, that she was concerned when she saw the basement door open. She had sealed it again for my own safety, she said. There had been an incident with the previous owner, something about a tenant who had lived in the basement and had become unstable. The family had decided to seal it rather than deal with the liability. But her story didn't match the evidence I had found. The journal entries were too recent, the scratches too fresh. Someone had been down there recently, someone who had been trying to escape. The agent's hands shook as she spoke, the same tremor I had noticed during the sale. I asked her about the previous owner's death. She claimed it was natural causes, but she wouldn't meet my eyes. When I pressed for details, she became agitated, insisting that some things were better left alone. She left quickly, but not before checking that the basement door was securely nailed shut again. I kept the journal hidden in my bedroom. I studied the handwriting, compared it to documents I found in the house. The previous owner's signature on old utility bills looked different, more confident. The journal was written by someone else, someone who had been trapped down there recently. The police were polite but unhelpful. Without a body, without a specific victim, there was little they could do. The basement had been sealed for insurance reasons, they said. There was no evidence of a crime. They suggested I might be experiencing stress from the move, that old houses can play tricks on the mind. But I know what I found down there. I know someone was trapped, someone who tried to escape and failed. The question that haunts me is whether they're still alive, moved to another basement, another prison, or whether they found a different kind of escape altogether. The house is quiet now, but sometimes I hear sounds from other parts of the building. Footsteps in the attic, scratching in the walls. I wonder if the basement was just one part of something larger, a pattern that continues beyond what I discovered. The real estate agent calls periodically, checking on me, making sure I'm settling in well. Her voice carries a note of concern that feels more like surveillance than care. I haven't opened the basement door again, but I listen for the thumping, and sometimes in the quiet moments before dawn I think I hear it. Faint but persistent, someone else, somewhere else, trying to get out. Crime 3, it started with gurgling, but I dismissed it as plumbing. Then words formed, distorted but unmistakable. It asked for help. I lined in. It begged me to look. Against better judgment, I unscrewed the drain and shined a flashlight. The tunnel seemed too deep, too perfectly round. Far below, 2 eyes blinked, then a whisper, "Don't tell anyone I'm here." The next day I found muddy footprints leading from the bathroom to my bed. I never heard the voice again. But sometimes I see condensation on the mirror, shaped like fingers. That was the story I told the detective, the one that made him close his notepad and suggest I see someone about stress. but I know what I heard, I know what I saw. And now, sitting in this sterile room with fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, I realize the real story is much darker than any voice in a drain. The apartment belonged to her before me. The landlord mentioned it casually when I signed the lease, the way people mention whether previous tenant had to leave suddenly. He said, family emergency. Left some things behind if I didn't mind. I didn't mind. I needed furniture, and the rent was surprisingly low for the neighborhood. Her belongings were sparse but personal. A coffee mug with a chip on the handle, books with underlined passages about trust and betrayal, a journal filled with careful handwriting that grew increasingly erratic toward the end. I read it cover to cover, telling myself I was just curious about the previous tenant, but truthfully I was lonely, and her words felt like company. She wrote about sounds in the walls, footsteps in the hallway when no one was home, the feeling of being watched through windows that faced only empty alleyways. She wrote about a neighbor who asked too many questions about her schedule, about phone calls that ended when she answered, about gifts left at her door with no return address. I found her number in the phone book and called, disconnected. I asked the landlord for a forwarding address. He said he didn't have one. Said she left without notice, owing 2 months' rent. Said she seemed troubled near the end, paranoid about things that weren't there. But I found something that suggested otherwise. Hidden inside a cookbook she'd left behind, tucked between pages about preserving vegetables, was a photograph. It showed her bathroom, my bathroom now, with the drain cover removed, the hole gaped black and empty. On the back, written in her careful script, evidence of entry point, don't trust the landlord. The drain cover showed tool marks when I examined it closely. Someone had removed it recently and repeatedly. The screws were worn, the metal scratched. I unscrewed it myself and shined my phone's flashlight down the hole. The pipe dropped straight down farther than building codes would typically allow. Too deep for a second-floor apartment, too perfectly round for standard plumbing. I called the city building department. The inspector who came out was thorough but puzzled. He confirmed the drain system was unusual, possibly modified after construction. He found no permits for the work. He recommended having the plumbing company that serviced the building take a look. The plumbing company had no record of working on that apartment, but their dispatcher mentioned something interesting when I pressed. They'd received multiple calls from that address over the past year, all requesting emergency service for sounds in the pipes, all canceled before technicians arrived. I started keeping a journal myself, every sound, every detail, every inconsistency. The way the landlord's keys jingled in the hallway at odd hours, the way he always knew when I was home, calling about repairs I hadn't requested, the way he insisted on keeping a spare key for emergencies but never used it to enter, as if he had another way in. The previous tenant's journal contained phone numbers written in margins. I called them systematically. Most were disconnected or belonged to people who'd never heard of her. But one number connected me to a woman who worked at a crisis center. She remembered the calls, a young woman increasingly frantic, reporting harassment and possible stalking. The woman had been advised to file a police report and change her locks. She'd done neither. I found the police report anyway, filed 3 weeks before she disappeared. Complainant reported ongoing harassment by unknown individual with apparent access to her apartment. Evidence included items moved in her absence, food consumed, personal belongings disturbed, investigation pending. Case closed due to complainant's departure from jurisdiction. The investigating officer was still active. He remembered the case when I called, remembered thinking the woman seemed genuinely terrified but unable to provide concrete evidence. He'd suspected someone with a key, possibly the landlord, but couldn't prove anything. The apartment had been cleaned thoroughly before he could examine it properly. I realized I'd been cleaning regularly too, obsessively, every surface wiped down, every corner vacuumed, as if I was erasing evidence of my own presence or someone else's. The journal entries became more erratic as I wrote them, mirrors fogged without explanation. Shower curtains moved by air currents I couldn't feel, the persistent sense that someone was reading over my shoulder as I wrote. I began hiding the journal, moving it to different locations, checking to see if it had been disturbed. One entry was different when I retrieved it, a single word added in handwriting that looked like mine but wasn't. Stop. I photographed everything. The journal, the drain, the tool marks, the condensation patterns on the mirror. I uploaded the photos to a cloud storage account and emailed copies to myself. I wanted evidence that couldn't be removed or altered. The next morning, the photos were gone, not just from my phone, but from the cloud storage in my email. The deletion timestamps showed they'd been removed while I slept. The account login history showed access from my home IP address during those hours. I confronted the landlord. He seemed genuinely confused by my accusations, even offered to install new locks if I felt unsafe. He showed me the building's basement, the furnace room, the water heater. Everything appeared normal. The pipes ran where pipes should run. The drain system connected to the main sewer line exactly as expected. But I'd learned not to trust normal appearances. I measured the distance from my bathroom to the basement. The drain pipe was 12 feet longer than the building's height would allow. Someone had extended it, created a chamber or tunnel between floors. Someone who knew the building's construction, who had access to architectural plans, who could modify plumbing without permits or detection. I never found the previous tenant. Her trail ended with the disconnected phone number and the closed police report, but I found others, women who'd lived in the building before her. Similar stories of harassment, unexplained access, the feeling of being watched, all had left suddenly. All had been replaced by new tenants who signed leases for below-market rent. I began documenting everything differently, not just what I experienced, but what I observed, the landlord's behavior patterns, his knowledge of tenants' schedules, his possession of keys that weren't accounted for in the lease agreements, his tendency to show the apartment to potential tenants when current tenants were away. The voice in the drain had been real, but it hadn't been supernatural. It had been human. Someone using the modified plumbing system to access apartments, to watch and listen, to gradually drive tenants away. Someone who knew the building intimately, who could move through hidden spaces, who could make people disappear from their own lives. I never saw the eyes again, but I understood finally that I'd been looking in the wrong direction. The predator wasn't hiding in the drain. The predator was hiding in plain sight, wearing the mask of a helpful landlord, collecting keys and stories and victims. I moved out that night, taking only what I could carry. I filed a police report the next morning, detailing everything I'd discovered. The detective listened politely and took notes. He said they'd look into it. He said these things took time to investigate properly. I drive past the building sometimes. New tenant in my old apartment. Young woman lives alone, works irregular hours. I wonder if she's found the journal yet. I wonder if she's heard the voice. I wonder if she'll listen when it asks for help. The case remains open. The building remains occupied. The landlord remains helpful and accommodating. And somewhere in the modified tunnels beneath those apartments, evidence of what really happened to all those women waits in the darkness, patient and undisturbed. Crime 4, the hallway ended at a blank wall, but when I pressed against it, it gave way like fabric. On the other side, a small, unfurnished room with one window that looked into darkness. I moved a chair inside and sat for hours trying to understand. Then I noticed the scratches on the walls, deep grooves spelling something backwards. I took photos. The next morning, the room was gone, just solid drywall. But the photos were still on my phone, and in each one there was someone standing behind me. I should have left then, packed my bags, found another place, forgotten about the whole thing, but something about those photos kept pulling me back. The figure behind me was always partially obscured, like they were deliberately staying in the shadows. Their posture suggested they were watching me, but I couldn't make out any features, just a silhouette that shouldn't have been there. I printed the photos at a local shop, studying them under different lighting. The clerk who helped me held one up to the light, squinting. "Weird reflection," he said, handing it back. "Looks like someone's playing tricks on you." But it wasn't a reflection. The angle was all wrong, and the way the light fell on the figure suggested they were physically present in that room with me. The landlord was evasive when I asked about the building's history. He kept checking his phone while I spoke, barely making eye contact. "Old building," he said finally. "Lots of renovations over the years. Sometimes the blueprints don't match what's actually here." His fingers drummed against his desk, a nervous rhythm that made me more uncomfortable than his words. When I pressed him about the room, he insisted there was nothing beyond that wall but plumbing and electrical work. I started visiting the building at different times, testing the wall. Sometimes it yielded to pressure, sometimes it remained solid. There was no pattern I could discern. The room appeared and disappeared according to some logic I couldn't grasp. I began keeping a journal, documenting each attempt, each discovery. One evening, while examining the wall with a flashlight, I noticed something I'd missed before. The paint was slightly different in that section, newer somehow. I ran my fingers along the edges and felt something beneath the surface, irregular bumps that could have been old nail holes or small impacts. Someone had worked on this wall recently, but the landlord's maintenance records showed no such work. I started talking to other tenants, casually bringing up the building's layout in conversation. Most seemed genuinely unaware of any hidden spaces, but one woman paused when I mentioned the end of the hallway. She was older, had lived there longer than anyone else. "There used to be another room," she said slowly. "Before the renovations, someone lived there for years. Quiet person, kept to themselves." When I asked what happened to this former tenant, she became vague. "Moved out suddenly. Left everything behind. The landlord had to clean out the space." She wouldn't say more, but her expression suggested there was more to the story. I noticed she avoided walking past that section of the hallway afterward, taking a longer route to reach her apartment. I started researching the building's history at the local records office. The original blueprints did show a room where I'd found the hidden space, but later versions omitted it entirely. The changes weren't dated, and the clerk couldn't explain why the room had been removed from the plans. "Sometimes rooms get combined or divided," she said, "or maybe there was a safety issue." The photos bothered me more each day. I enlarged them, adjusted the contrast, tried every technique I could think of to make the figure clearer. In one image, I swear I could see part of their face, but the resolution was too poor to make out any real features. What disturbed me most was their posture. They were leaning forward slightly, as if trying to see what I was doing in that room. I began leaving small objects in the room when it appeared: a pencil, a piece of paper, a coin. The next time I accessed the space, these items were always gone, but sometimes I'd find them elsewhere in the building, tucked into corners or left on windowsills. Someone was moving them, but I never saw anyone else in the hallway during my visits. The scratches on the walls became my obsession. When I managed to access the room again, I brought paper and charcoal to make rubbings of the marks. The backwards writing was hard to decipher, but I thought I could make out fragments of words. They seemed to be scratched at different heights, as if made by someone of varying stature, or by someone who was sitting, standing, crouching at different times. I started sleeping poorly, waking up with the feeling that someone had been watching me. The photos haunted my dreams, but so did the possibility that I was losing my grip on reality. Maybe the room was just a figment of my imagination, brought on by stress or some kind of neurological issue. But the photos were real, stored on my phone and printed on paper. I couldn't dismiss them as hallucinations. The breakthrough came when I was examining the wall late one night, pressing against it with more force than usual. Instead of the room appearing, I heard something fall behind the wall, a soft thud, like something heavy hitting the floor. I pressed my ear against the surface and heard what sounded like breathing, slow and deliberate. Someone was behind there in a space that shouldn't exist. I called out but received no response. The breathing continued for several minutes before stopping entirely. I waited, pressing my ear against the wall, but heard nothing more. When I tried to access the room again, the wall remained solid, refusing to yield no matter how hard I pushed. The landlord wasn't at his office the next day or the day after. His phone went straight to voicemail. I tried contacting the building management company, but they claimed no knowledge of any rental agreements for my unit. According to their records, the apartment I was living in was vacant, had been vacant for months. I kept the photos, but I never found the room again. The wall remained solid, painted over with fresh white paint that looked exactly like the rest of the hallway. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if the stress of moving to a new place created some kind of elaborate delusion. But the photos remain on my phone, and in each one, that figure stands behind me, watching, waiting. I moved out eventually, but I never stopped thinking about that room, about who might have lived there before me, about what happened to make it disappear from the blueprints. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if the person in those photos is still there, still watching, still waiting for someone else to find their way into that space that shouldn't exist. Crime 5, it wasn't there before. The floor was seamless until it wasn't. The wood shifted one night, revealing a square outline in a tiny metal ring. I pulled it open. There were stairs, steep and narrow, leading into cold blackness. I descended 4 steps before hearing a voice say, "You're not supposed to be here." It wasn't angry, it sounded worried. I climbed back up and shut it fast, but the next day my furniture had been moved slightly, and the trapdoor gone, just smooth floor again. But sometimes I wake up with dirt under my fingernails. That was 3 weeks ago. I told myself it was a dream, stress from the divorce, the house settling, but then I found the photographs. They were tucked behind a loose baseboard in the bathroom, wrapped in plastic that smelled like petroleum and old cigarettes. Black and white prints, grainy and overexposed. The same room I sleep in every night, but different. Older furniture, different wallpaper, and in each photograph, someone lying on the bed. The same position, arms crossed, eyes closed. Different people, but the same peaceful expression. I counted 17 photographs. The real estate agent never mentioned previous tenants. She said the house had been empty for years, that the previous owner had moved suddenly. Business relocation, she claimed, but when I pressed her for details, her answers became vague. She kept checking her phone, tapping her nails against the steering wheel when she drove away. I started asking neighbors. The woman across the street, the one who waters her plants every morning, told me she'd seen lights in my house during the years it was supposed to be empty. Not electric lights, she said. Candles maybe, or flashlights. She'd called the police twice, but they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of squatters. The man next door was more direct. He said people had lived here, quietly keeping to themselves. They'd arrive at night and leave before dawn. He described seeing shadows moving behind the curtains, hearing footsteps in the walls. But when I asked him to describe these people, he couldn't. Just shadows, he said, just whispers. I began measuring the house. The blueprints from the city showed a basement, but my basement was smaller than it should be. There was space missing, a room that existed on paper but not in reality, or perhaps it existed somewhere I couldn't access it. The dirt under my fingernails became a daily occurrence. I'd wake up with soil embedded deep beneath them, dark earth that smelled like decay and moisture. I installed cameras in my bedroom, motion-activated lights, even a door alarm, but the recordings showed nothing, just me sleeping soundly undisturbed. Except for my hands. In the recordings, my hands moved, clawing at something invisible, digging through air, my fingers working methodically as if I were excavating something precious. I found the journal wedged between the water heater and the wall. The handwriting was careful, precise, like someone documenting scientific observations. The entries described the room above, my room, in meticulous detail. The color of the walls, the position of the bed, the way sunlight fell across the floor, but they were written from below, from someone looking up. The final entry was dated 2 days before I moved in. It said, "The new tenant arrives soon. The cycle continues. They never remember, but their bodies know. The earth calls to them. They dig without knowing why." I confronted the real estate agent. She met me at a coffee shop, nervous, fidgeting with her wedding ring. When I showed her the photographs, her face went pale. She admitted she'd known about the previous tenants, unofficial occupants who'd used the house for purposes she preferred not to discuss. She'd been instructed to sell quickly, quietly, to someone who wouldn't ask questions. But she insisted she'd never seen a trapdoor. She'd walked through that house dozens of times, she said. There was no basement access from the bedroom. The blueprints were wrong, she claimed. Old city records were notoriously inaccurate. I hired a contractor to examine the floor. He found nothing unusual. Solid hardwood over standard subflooring. No hidden compartments, no secret passages. He looked at me with the kind of concern reserved for people who have been alone too long. But that night I heard them, voices beneath the floor, muffled but distinct, a conversation, casual and familiar, as if old friends were catching up. I pressed my ear to the wood and listened. They were discussing me, my sleep patterns, my habits, the way I moved through the house. They knew things about me I'd never told anyone. One voice, the worried one from that first night, said, "This one's different. This one remembers." Another replied, "They all remember eventually. That's why we have to be careful." I realized then that I'd been asking the wrong questions. The issue wasn't who had lived here before me. The issue was who was living here now, beneath me, watching me, waiting for something I didn't understand. The dirt under my fingernails isn't from digging down, it's from climbing up, from somewhere deeper than any basement should be. And every morning I wake up with the taste of earth in my mouth and the certainty that I've been somewhere I can't remember going. The photographs are multiplying. I found 3 more yesterday, hidden in places I'd already searched. In each one, the person on the bed looks more familiar. The features are clearer, the face more recognizable. In the most recent photograph, I'm looking at myself. But I don't remember posing for it. I don't remember lying on that bed with my arms crossed and my eyes closed. I don't remember the person who must have been standing over me, camera in hand, capturing my peaceful expression. The trapdoor hasn't appeared again, but I know it's there, waiting, and I know that eventually I'll find it, or it will find me, because the voices beneath the floor have grown quieter, more patient. They're no longer worried about me discovering their secret. They're waiting for me to become part of it. Crime 6, I don't get many visitors, so I check the footage whenever there's a motion alert. One night, the camera captured something strange, dirt shifting in the flower bed near my porch. Then a hand emerged, human, dirty, fingernails torn. It pulled an entire body up from the soil, slowly, silently, and crawled toward the front door. The camera glitched as it reached the welcome mat. The next clip showed nothing, just the empty porch. But in the morning, there were muddy prints on the inside of the front door, and the flower bed perfectly untouched. I stared at the footage for hours, rewinding the same sequence over and over. The figure that emerged from the dirt moved with an odd familiarity, like someone who knew exactly where they were going. The way the shoulders hunched, the deliberate placement of each limb, it reminded me of something I couldn't quite place. When I enhanced the image, the face was obscured by shadow and soil, but the build seemed oddly familiar. My neighbor had mentioned seeing strange lights in my yard weeks before. I dismissed it as the motion sensors acting up, but now I wondered if there was more to it. The security system showed no record of the front door being open that night, yet those muddy prints were undeniable. They led from the entrance to the kitchen, then stopped abruptly near the basement door. I called the installation company about the camera malfunction. The technician who came out was quiet, methodical. He examined the device with unusual intensity, his fingers tracing the lens housing repeatedly. When I showed him the footage, his expression shifted. He asked if I'd noticed anything else unusual recently. I mentioned the lights, the prints, the way my dog had been acting strange for weeks, whimpering at the basement door, refusing to go near the flower bed. That afternoon, I checked the basement. The concrete floor showed faint scratches near the far wall, as if something heavy had been dragged across it. The scratches led to a section where the foundation met the earth, a section that looked recently disturbed. The smell down there was different too, musty and metallic, like old pennies mixed with damp soil. I found my old construction blueprints in storage. The house had been built over a previous structure, something the real estate agent had mentioned briefly during the purchase. Looking at the plans, I realized the basement extended further than I'd thought. There was space behind that wall, space that wasn't accounted for in the current layout. When I pressed against the concrete, part of it gave way slightly. The wall had been patched, but not professionally. Someone had sealed something behind there, and recently. I could feel air moving through small gaps, carrying that same metallic smell. My hands trembled as I realized what I might be looking at. The camera footage took on new meaning. I studied it again, focusing on the figure's movements, the way it navigated the yard, the confidence with which it approached the door. This wasn't a stranger. This was someone who knew the property intimately, someone who knew about the space beneath the house, about the old foundation, about the basement. I checked the previous owner's records. The house had been sold quickly, well below market value. The family had moved out suddenly, leaving behind furniture and personal items. The real estate listing mentioned the need for minor foundation work, but no details were provided. When I contacted the previous owner, the phone number was disconnected. The dog's behavior made sense now. Animals can sense things we can't, and mine had been trying to tell me something was wrong. The whimpering, the refusal to enter certain areas, the way it stared at the basement door, it had been reacting to something I couldn't perceive. I decided to break through the wall. Behind the concrete, I found a small chamber that had been sealed off. Inside, there were personal belongings, clothes, documents, photographs, but no body. The space was clean, as if it had been recently disturbed. Someone had been here before me, had taken something away. The photographs showed a family I didn't recognize, but the house in the background was unmistakably mine. The people in the images looked happy, normal. There was no indication of tragedy or violence, yet here were their belongings, hidden behind a false wall in my basement. I examined the camera footage one more time. The figure emerging from the dirt moved with purpose, but also with exhaustion. It wasn't trying to break in, it was trying to get out. The muddy prints inside the house didn't lead to anything valuable. They led to the basement door, to the hidden chamber, to a space that had been sealed off for reasons I could only imagine. The realization hit me slowly. The previous owners hadn't just moved out suddenly, they'd been hiding something. The foundation work wasn't about structural repairs. It was about concealing evidence of something that had happened in this house. And now, whatever they'd tried to bury was trying to surface. I contacted the authorities, but without a body or concrete evidence of a crime, there was little they could do. The hidden chamber was legal. Many old houses have unused spaces. The belongings could belong to anyone. The camera footage was inconclusive. To them, it looked like a malfunction, a trick of light and shadow. But I know what I saw. I know that someone crawled out of the ground that night, someone who knew exactly where they were going and why. The muddy prints weren't random, they were purposeful. Someone was trying to reclaim what had been taken from them, trying to emerge from a burial that wasn't quite complete. The flower bed remains untouched, perfectly maintained, but sometimes late at night I notice the dirt looks different, softer, as if it's been recently turned. The camera still glitches occasionally, always in the same spot, always when pointed toward that particular section of the yard. I've started sleeping with the basement door locked, though I know locks won't stop what's trying to get out. The truth is buried somewhere beneath this house, and I'm beginning to understand that some secrets refuse to stay hidden. The figure on the camera wasn't trying to harm me, it was trying to show me something. Something the previous owners thought they'd successfully concealed. The question that haunts me now isn't who was crawling out of the ground that night. It's whether they'll try again and whether next time they'll succeed in telling their story. Because whatever happened in this house, whoever was buried beneath it, they're not ready to rest, and neither am I. Crime 7, he never spoke, just stood near the checkout line or across the street or behind the bus stop glass. His face was always just a blur, like I could almost remember it, but not quite. Then came the notes, slipped under my door. You left the knife in the third drawer. You cried for 17 minutes. You never told them what really happened. I never told anyone. I moved apartments, changed cities. But last night, someone knocked 3 times on the window. The same rhythm from years ago, from the night I buried everything. I thought distance would erase the memory, that silence would make it disappear. But secrets have a way of following you, even when you think you've left them behind in another life. The first note arrived on a Tuesday morning. I'd been living in this new place for months, finally feeling like I could breathe again. The paper was ordinary, white-lined, torn from a notebook, but the handwriting was careful, deliberate. Someone had taken their time writing those words about the knife, about the drawer, about details that should have been mine alone. I remember standing in my kitchen, holding that piece of paper, my hands shaking despite myself. The third drawer was exactly where I'd left it. The knife was still there, wrapped in the same dish towel, pushed behind the measuring cups. I hadn't touched it since moving in. Hadn't even opened that drawer except to stuff it with forgotten things. But someone knew. The second note came 3 days later, this time tucked under my windshield wiper. You washed your hands 14 times that night. The paper felt damp from morning dew, but the ink hadn't run. Waterproof pen, someone who planned ahead, someone who knew I'd find it when I left for work. I started paying attention to faces in crowds, checking mirrors, looking over my shoulder at crosswalks. That's when I began noticing him. The man who never quite looked at me directly but was always there, medium height, dark jacket, features that seemed to shift every time I tried to focus on them. At the grocery store, he'd stand 2 aisles over, holding a box of cereal he never put in his cart. At the coffee shop, he'd sit by the window, newspaper folded to the same page for an hour. Near the subway entrance, leaning against a wall, scrolling through his phone with the screen facing away from me. The notes kept coming. You buried it 18 inches deep. The soil was still soft from the rain. You counted your steps back to the car. Each one more specific than the last. Each one pulling me back to a night I'd tried to forget. A night when everything changed and nothing could ever be the same. I'd been working late at the office. Everyone had gone home. The building was empty except for the security guard who made rounds every hour. I was finishing up quarterly reports when I heard the elevator ding. Footsteps in the hallway. The door to my office creaked open. He was someone I recognized but didn't know well, someone from another department. Someone who'd been watching me during meetings, following me to the parking garage, asking questions about my schedule. Someone who made my skin crawl with the way his eyes lingered too long. That night he didn't just watch, he moved closer. Spoke in whispers about things he'd noticed, things he'd imagined, things he wanted to do. The room felt smaller with each word, the air thicker, my heart hammering against my ribs. The letter opener was on my desk, silver, sharp, a gift from my previous job. When his hand reached for my arm, when his breath touched my neck, when his words became threats, I grabbed it without thinking. One moment, one movement, one choice that changed everything. The blood was darker than I'd expected. It pooled on the gray carpet, spreading slowly, seeping into the fibers. His eyes were still open, staring at the ceiling but seeing nothing. The silence was complete. Even the building's ventilation system seemed to hold its breath. I cleaned everything methodically, carefully. I'd watched enough crime shows to know about evidence, about traces, about the stories that objects tell. I worked until dawn, scrubbing and wiping and removing every trace of what had happened. The body was another problem, heavier than I'd imagined. I used the freight elevator, the one that led to the loading dock. My car was parked in the shadows. The drive was long, winding through empty streets to a place I'd hiked before, a place where the earth was soft and the trees grew thick. I counted my steps. 18 inches felt deep enough. The soil was still damp from recent rain. Everything went into that hole. His wallet, his keys, his phone. The clothes I'd worn, the shoes that had walked through his blood. But someone was watching, someone who counted steps and measured depths and noticed details I thought I'd hidden. The latest note was different, longer, more personal. You think you're the only one who knows what happened that night, but you're wrong. I was there. I saw everything. I know what you did, and I know what you're going to do next. My hands trembled as I read those words. The paper felt heavier than the others. The ink seemed to pulse with each heartbeat. Someone had been there. Someone had witnessed everything. Someone had followed me to that dark place and watched me bury my secret. But who? The security guard who made his rounds. Someone working late in another building. A homeless person seeking shelter. A jogger who'd seen my headlights in the distance. I started going back to that place, driving past it at different times, parking nearby and walking the trails, looking for signs of disturbance, for evidence that someone had been digging, for proof that my secret was still buried. The ground looked undisturbed. The trees had grown slightly. Leaves had fallen and decomposed. Nature had reclaimed the space, but the feeling remained, the sensation of being watched, of being known. Last night the knocking came, 3 deliberate taps on my bedroom window. the same rhythm from that night, the same pause between each knock, the same sound that had echoed in my dreams for months. I didn't look outside, didn't pull back the curtains, didn't acknowledge the sound, but I knew someone was there, someone who remembered, someone who knew the truth about what I'd done and what I'd buried. The morning brought no new notes, no signs of disturbance, no evidence that anyone had been near my window, but the feeling lingered, the certainty that my secret was no longer mine alone. I think about that night constantly now, about the choices I made, about the alternatives I didn't consider, about the life I might have lived if I'd handled things differently, if I'd called for help, if I'd reported what he was doing, if I'd found another way. But I also think about justice, about whether some acts are unforgivable, about whether some secrets deserve to stay buried, about whether the person who's been watching me wants revenge or simply wants me to remember. The truth is, I don't know who's been following me. I don't know what they want. I don't know if they're seeking justice or playing a game. All I know is that someone out there knows my secret. Someone who counts steps and measures depths and remembers details I thought I'd forgotten. And tonight, when the sun sets and the shadows grow long, I'll be listening for 3 knocks on my window, waiting for the next note, wondering if today is the day my buried secret finally comes back to claim me. The question isn't whether I'll be caught. The question is whether I deserve to be. Crime 8, it came from a distant relative I never met. The legal papers said it was mine, no questions asked. The house was quiet by day, but the nights were unbearable. The whispers began low, unintelligible, and slowly formed into words. They spoke of secrets I'd buried, things no one else should know. One night the whispers said, "You left someone behind." I woke up to find muddy footprints in the foyer. I checked the guest room. The bed was warm. And a faint voice close to my ear asked, "Do you remember me now?" The first thing I noticed wasn't the whispers. It was the smell, sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. The scent clung to the wallpaper in the master bedroom, seeping through the pores of aged wood and settling into my lungs with each breath. I tried opening windows, but the smell persisted, as if it had become part of the house's DNA. I started sleeping in the living room, but even there the whispers found me. They weren't threatening at first, just persistent murmurs that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I told myself it was old pipes, settling wood, the natural sounds of a house that had stood empty for months. But pipes don't form words, and settling wood doesn't call your name. The legal documents were sparse. A distant aunt, they said, someone from my mother's side who'd never married, never had children. The house had been her sanctuary for decades, and now it was mine. The neighbors were friendly enough, but their eyes held something I couldn't quite read when they spoke about her. They used words like private and kept to herself, but their voices carried undertones of something heavier. The guest room bothered me from the beginning, not because of anything obvious, but because it felt lived in despite being empty. The carpet showed wear patterns around the bed, as if someone had paced there nightly. The window lock was broken from the inside, and fresh scratches marked the wooden frame. When I touched the glass, condensation formed under my fingertips, though the house wasn't humid. I found the first letter while cleaning out the kitchen drawers. It was addressed to my aunt, but the return address was smudged beyond recognition. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. "You can't keep pretending this didn't happen. People are asking questions. I need to see you." It was dated just 2 months before my aunt's death. The whispers grew stronger after I found that letter. They began forming complete sentences, speaking of guilt and debts unpaid. I started documenting everything, recording the sounds on my phone, but the playback revealed only silence. The house was performing for me alone. The basement held more secrets. Behind a false wall, I discovered a small room with a single chair and a table. The surface was stained with something dark and permanent. Scattered papers covered the floor, mostly bills and correspondence, but one envelope caught my attention. Inside, a photograph showed my aunt standing beside a young woman I didn't recognize. They were both smiling, but the woman's eyes held a desperate quality that made my skin crawl. The local librarian was helpful when I asked about my aunt's history. She remembered her well, described her as a woman who'd once been very social but had become increasingly isolated in her final years. She mentioned a companion who'd lived with my aunt for several months, someone who'd arrived suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. The librarian's voice dropped when she spoke of this woman, and she glanced around nervously before adding that some people believed my aunt had been taken advantage of by someone she'd trusted. I began experiencing the footprints regularly. They appeared in different rooms, always muddy, always leading to the guest room. The bed would be warm to the touch, and sometimes I'd find indentations in the pillow as if someone had been lying there. I changed the locks, installed security cameras, but the evidence continued to accumulate. The breakthrough came when I found the medical records hidden in my aunt's personal effects. They detailed a series of treatments for anxiety and paranoia, sessions with a therapist who noted my aunt's increasing fear of someone in her household. The notes mentioned suspicious injuries, unexplained bruises, and my aunt's growing conviction that someone was stealing from her. The final entry was dated just days before my aunt's death, and it contained a single, chilling line: "Patient believes she is being slowly poisoned." I confronted the neighbor who'd been most friendly when I first arrived. Her demeanor changed instantly when I mentioned the medical records. She admitted that everyone in the neighborhood had been concerned about my aunt's situation. They'd noticed her companion had access to her finances, controlled her social interactions, and seemed to have an unusual hold over her. But my aunt had insisted everything was fine, even as she grew thinner and more paranoid. The police files were sealed, but I managed to speak with the officer who'd responded to the initial call about my aunt's death. He told me it had been ruled natural causes, but there had been irregularities. The companion had claimed to be out of town when my aunt died, but neighbors had reported seeing someone in the house that night. The investigation had stalled when the companion disappeared entirely, leaving no forwarding address. I realized the whispers had been trying to tell me something important. They weren't supernatural manifestations, but echoes of trauma, imprinted somehow in the fabric of the house. My aunt had been trying to communicate something vital, something about justice denied and truth buried. The warm bed in the guest room wasn't being occupied by a ghost. Someone was still coming to the house, someone who had keys and knew the layout intimately. The muddy footprints weren't from the afterlife, but from very real feet that had walked these floors for months while my aunt grew weaker and more afraid. The final piece fell into place when I found the insurance policy. My aunt had changed her beneficiary just weeks before her death, replacing her longtime companion with me, a relative she'd never met. The companion had expected to inherit everything, but my aunt had managed one final act of defiance. I sit in the living room now, listening to the whispers, understanding them differently. They're not supernatural warnings, but the house's way of preserving my aunt's final testimony. The sweet smell isn't from old flowers, but from the perfume her companion wore, a scent that had become associated with fear and manipulation. The person who'd been staying in the guest room still has keys. They're still coming, still searching for something they believe is rightfully theirs. The whispers grow stronger each night, and I realize they're not just telling me about the past. They're warning me about what's coming. I've started sleeping with a baseball bat beside my bed. The muddy footprints appeared again last night, but this time they didn't lead to the guest room. They led to my bedroom door, and they stopped just short of where I lay sleeping. The whispers were louder than ever, and for the first time I understood what they were really saying. She's coming back. The house isn't haunted by the dead. It's haunted by the living, by someone who got away with murder and can't, except that their victim found a way to fight back from beyond the grave. My aunt left me more than just a house. She left me a mystery to solve and a debt to collect. The whispers continue, but now I listen with purpose. They're not driving me mad, they're driving me toward justice. Crime 9, it came with the unit, propped against the wall, arms too long, face blank. I planned to toss it, but never did. Then one day it wasn't leaning anymore. It stood upright. A few days later it was facing the opposite wall. I set up a motion camera. It never recorded movement, but the mannequin changed positions every visit. One afternoon I found it sitting in the chair I'd stored last month. A single word was carved into its chest: stay. I haven't been back. But this morning I found packing peanuts on my living room floor. The smell hit me first when I returned to the storage facility. Not the usual mustiness of forgotten belongings, but something sharper, metallic, like pennies left in a pocket too long. The manager at the front desk avoided my eyes when I signed in, his fingers drumming against the counter in a pattern that seemed nervous. He'd been friendly before, always ready with small talk about the weather or the local sports team. Now he handed me the key without a word. I'd inherited the unit from my uncle after his sudden death. Heart attack, they said. Found him in his apartment, still wearing his work clothes, dinner half-eaten on the table. The funeral was small, attended mostly by neighbors who spoke in hushed tones about how he'd kept to himself in recent months. His landlord had been eager to clear out his belongings, offering me the storage unit contents for the cost of a single month's rent. I'd expected old furniture and photo albums. Instead, I found boxes of documents, medical records, and newspaper clippings dating back decades. The mannequin had been the strangest discovery, female form but somehow androgynous. The face was smooth plastic, devoid of painted features, giving it an unsettling quality that made me glance over my shoulder each time I worked around it. My uncle had been a practical man, a mechanic who fixed cars and complained about the price of coffee. Why would he keep a mannequin? I'd been sorting through his papers when I first noticed the inconsistencies. Police reports mixed with medical files. News articles about missing persons cases from various regions, some dating back 20 years. None of the names meant anything to me, but my uncle had circled certain details in red ink: physical descriptions, last known locations, personal habits. The handwriting was meticulous, almost obsessive. The mannequin had moved again during my third visit. This time its arms hung at different angles, and something about its posture suggested it was listening. I told myself it was the building settling, vibrations from the highway that ran parallel to the facility. But when I touched the plastic surface, it felt warm. I started taking photos before leaving, comparing them to document any changes. The differences were subtle but unmistakable. A slight turn of the head, fingers that seemed to curl inward, the way shadows fell differently across its blank face. I researched the storage facility's history, discovering it had been built on the site of a former manufacturing plant that produced clothing display items. The coincidence felt too neat, too convenient. The carving appeared after my fifth visit. The word "stay" had been etched into the plastic chest with surgical precision. The letters were even calculated, suggesting someone with steady hands and infinite patience. I ran my fingers over the indentations, feeling the roughness where the blade had scraped away material. The plastic shavings were still visible on the floor beneath it. I confronted the manager about security footage, but he claimed the cameras in that section hadn't worked for months. Budget cuts, he explained, avoiding my gaze. When I pressed him about other tenants with access to my unit, he became defensive. Only management had master keys, he insisted, and they were locked in a safe each night. But his hands shook as he spoke, and sweat beaded on his forehead despite the air conditioning. That night I called the police. The officer who took my report was polite but skeptical. No evidence of breaking and entering, no theft, no actual crime. He suggested I change the lock and install my own security system. He didn't understand that I'd already done both. The mannequin had moved anyway. I began researching the missing persons cases from my uncle's files. Each article contained similar details, individuals who vanished without explanation, leaving behind organized lives and puzzled families. The victims shared certain characteristics that made my skin crawl when I noticed the pattern. Similar builds, similar ages, similar bone structure to what a person might have if they were built like the mannequin. The medical records were more disturbing. Psychiatric evaluations, treatment notes, prescription histories, all bearing my uncle's name, documenting years of therapy sessions and medication adjustments. The diagnoses were consistent: obsessive-compulsive disorder, anxiety, and something the doctors called dissociative episodes. The final entry was dated just weeks before his death, noting that he'd missed his last 3 appointments. I found the audio recordings in a shoebox beneath layers of newspaper clippings, cassette tapes labeled with dates and initials. My uncle's voice, younger and more vibrant than I remembered, speaking to someone just out of microphone range. The conversations were fragmented, difficult to follow, but certain phrases emerged clearly. They trusted me, and no one suspected, and the perfect hiding place. The mannequin was gone when I returned the following week. The storage unit was exactly as I'd left it, except for that blank space against the wall where it had stood. I searched every corner, moved every box, but found nothing. The manager claimed ignorance, suggesting I might have removed it myself and forgotten. His theory felt insulting, but I couldn't prove otherwise. I started having dreams about plastic faces and artificial bodies. In the dreams, I was the one carving words into smooth surfaces, my hands steady and purposeful. I would wake with the taste of metal in my mouth and the sensation of polymer dust under my fingernails. The dreams felt more real than my waking hours, filled with details I couldn't have imagined. The detective who handled my uncle's case was retired now, living in a small house near the state border. I found him through online directories and drove there on a weekend, unsure what questions to ask. He remembered my uncle well, describing him as helpful but troubled. Too helpful, actually. Always offering assistance with investigations, volunteering information about local missing persons cases. The detective had found his enthusiasm unsettling. He told me about the workshop in my uncle's basement, discovered during a routine welfare check years earlier. Mannequins in various stages of assembly, some missing limbs, others partially painted. My uncle had claimed he was learning sculpture, exploring artistic expression in his retirement. The detective had believed him, but admitted now that something about the scene had felt wrong. The packing peanuts in my living room were the same type used in the storage unit. White foam pellets that clung to fabric and left residue on everything they touched. I'd found them scattered across my carpet, concentrated near the front door as if someone had shaken them from their clothes while entering. My locks were intact, my security system showed no breaches, but the evidence was undeniable. I returned to the storage unit one final time, bringing a crowbar and a flashlight. The mannequin stood in the center of the space, arms outstretched as if welcoming me home. New words had been carved into its surface. Thank you for understanding. The handwriting matched the style in my uncle's medical records, the same meticulous precision I'd seen in his note-taking. I understood then that I'd been asking the wrong questions. The mannequin hadn't moved because someone else had access to the unit. It had moved because I'd been moving it, during episodes I couldn't remember, following patterns my uncle had established years before. The dreams weren't dreams at all, but memories of nighttime visits I'd made in states of consciousness I couldn't recall. The missing persons cases in his files weren't random research. They were documentation of his work, meticulous records of people who'd trusted him enough to let him close. People who disappeared completely, leaving behind only their approximate measurements and the knowledge that somewhere someone was practicing their craft on forms that matched their dimensions exactly. I locked the storage unit and drove home, hands trembling on the steering wheel. The mannequin would be there tomorrow and the day after, waiting for me to return and continue the work my uncle had started. The packing peanuts in my living room weren't evidence of an intruder. They were evidence of who I was becoming, breadcrumbs from a trail I was already following without conscious choice. The inheritance hadn't been a storage unit full of belongings. It had been a purpose, a calling that ran deeper than genetics or conscious decision. I'd been chosen not because I was family, but because I was suitable, because I had the right hands, the right temperament, the right willingness to ask questions without demanding answers that might disturb my sleep. Tonight I'll return to the unit, not because I have to, but because I want to, because the mannequin is waiting, and because there are still words to carve, still work to be done. The missing persons files need updating, and somewhere in the city, people are living their lives without knowing they've already been measured, cataloged, and selected. I've stopped asking why the mannequin moves. The better question is why I ever thought it was the mannequin doing the moving at all. Story 10, the forgotten house by the woods held secrets the town dared not whisper about. Standing solitary, its windows veiled in darkness, the porch bowed under the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, no memory lingered of its creator. But when a band of wanderers strayed too near, they beheld an eerie sight, names etched into the wooden siding, carved deep like silent warnings. At the end of the list, pristine and untouched, a name unfound until that moment. A name that sent shivers through the group as one voice quivered, "That's mine." In the dead of night, a call pierced the stillness. The dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing issue. The voice belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who stumbled upon his own name etched into the abandoned dwelling. The officers who responded anticipated mere mischief, perhaps a jest among companions, but what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as twilight draped the forest in shadows. Her flashlight pierced the gloom, revealing the weathered front of the house. 27 names etched vertically along the eastern wall, some fading with time, others sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still fragrant with fresh sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason maintained, his words forming mist in the frosty air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be known." Thus began the inquiry, delving into the backgrounds of each name inscribed. The findings sent chills down the spines of the investigative team. Every name belonged to a soul reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold, others remained open. But all shared a chilling commonality: each had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the variations in depth, technique, and weathering. The eldest name, Rebecca Hansen, tied to a disappearance case from 37 years prior. The files spoke of a young woman who ventured into those woods, never to return, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot near a babbling stream. Detective Keller probed Mason's story with diligence. his account unwavering. He professed no link to the area beyond that single hiking trip with his college companions. They had selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. No thread tied him to any of the other names adorning the wall. Attention shifted to Mason's friends. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared snapshots taken during their trek. Upon scrutiny, analysts discerned a disconcerting detail: a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 separate images. A specter resembling a tall, slender man, partially obscured by the trees. "We never encountered another soul on our journey," Emily asserted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. Though the edifice seemed deserted, coated in dust, its furnishings in disarray, a sinister revelation awaited in the basement. Personal effects of the missing hikers meticulously arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a name from the wall outside. As the forensic team cataloged the evidence, bloodstains emerged under ultraviolet light on the concrete floor, efforts to cleanse years of macabre history. Subterranean scans unveiled no buried remains beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs signaled persistently near the densely wooded rear of the property. Amidst the escalating scrutiny, Detective Keller noted a shift in Mason Wright's demeanor. He reported peculiar incidents, whispers in the night, fresh footprints leading to his door but not away, shadowy figures observing from the streets. Despite assigned protection, Mason's paranoia spiraled. The breakthrough surfaced with the unearthing of ancient land records from county archives. The abode had belonged to a reclusive huntsman known as Victor Blackwood. Neighbors spoke of brief encounters with a towering, gaunt recluse who shunned interaction. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance unprobed. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller probed deeper into the encompassing forest. Within, a network of primitive hunting blinds concealed, strategically situated along popular trails. Within one blind, a journal lay, chronicling meticulous observations, hikers' movements, gear, and routines. The writing evolved from hunting strategies for fauna to chilling directives regarding humans as prey, their behaviors, weaknesses, and methods of harvest. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with infrared optics scanned the woodlands. Tactical squads combed caves and crevices meticulously. Yet the quarry remained elusive. Mason Wright vanished without a trace. Authorities, upon revisiting Blackwood's home, unearthed a ghastly find behind a concealed wall in the basement, a workshop stocked with woodworking tools, preservatives, and a newly carved plank bearing a fresh name, unmounted on the exterior wall. The name belonged to the lead forensics analyst from the initial investigation, who had called in sick that day and could not be reached. A vigilant watch encircled the house. Surveillance systems documented every approach, sensors primed for any intrusion. 3 nights hence, alarms blared. Cameras captured a figure emerging from the forest, towering, sinewy, moving with an unnatural grace. As tactical units closed in, the cameras faltered, regaining connection to find the figure vanished without a trace. Today, the house endures constant vigilance. Mason Wright and the forensics analyst remain missing. The probe persists, with fresh resources allocated as similar vanishings unfold in wooded regions. The names etched upon the wall have transcended into legend among law enforcers. Some whisper them in hushed tones, others shun the case entirely. Local hikers skirt the house, fearful that to speak of it may invite their names onto that dreadful list, the names unspoken. Story 11. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its time-worn walls holding secrets known only to the building itself. The heating system emitted a low, mournful groan, the pipes occasionally rattling in a familiar rhythm. To her, these sounds were merely background noise, part of the apartment's character, or so she tried to convince herself, until that fateful moment when she heard it, a voice, soft and barely perceptible, drifting through the vents like a haunting melody. It was not the usual chatter of neighbors or distant phone conversations. It was a whisper, calling out her name with eerie precision. Intrigued yet unnerved, she leaned in closer, her heart quickening at the mysterious presence beyond the grate. A chill brushed against her cheek, carrying with it a gentle, almost playful message. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in silence within the empty apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusty vent cover that had been forcefully removed from the wall. The forensics team meticulously combed through the space, capturing every detail with their cameras as if trying to grasp the elusive truth hidden within the walls. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had been absent for a week before the scent of decay finally drew attention. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic and sent shivers down their spines. Officer Patel recited notes from his pad, mentioning Alina's reports of hearing voices through the vents, which the building management had dismissed as mere quirks of an old building. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratch marks surrounding it, evidence of a desperate attempt to break free from within. The markings spoke of a struggle, of fingernails clawing at metal in a frantic bid for escape. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had exhibited signs of paranoia before vanishing. Her apartment, now a silent witness to her absence, revealed subtle clues of her unraveling. A perfectly made bed, an abandoned coffee mug, a chair strategically placed beneath the vent as if someone had been listening intently. As Shaw delved deeper into the investigation, new revelations came to light. Fibers from Alina's cardigan trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and haunting audio recordings from her phone. Alone in her car, rain tapping a somber melody on the roof, Shaw listened to Alina's voice trembling with fear, seeking validation from an unseen entity that responded with chilling whispers of familiarity. The history of the building, once a sanctuary for many, now harbored a dark underbelly. Previous tenants had fled, citing mysterious noises and hallucinations of voices beckoning from within the walls. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent, emerged as a person of interest with access to every corner of the building. His nonchalant demeanor masked a deeper knowledge, a connection to the building's unsettling past. Forensics unearthed a hidden passage in Alina's bathroom, a clandestine pathway that led to the inner workings of the ventilation system. Within this concealed realm, they discovered traces of an intruder, a voyeur lurking in the shadows, living a clandestine existence within the very structure meant to provide comfort and shelter. Weber's meticulously organized files on his computer painted a disturbing picture of obsession and intrusion. Recordings, photographs, and intimate details of his victims laid bare his twisted fantasies. A storage unit revealed a macabre collection of mementos, a shrine to his perverse relationships with those he watched from the shadows. Upon Weber's arrest, a chilling calmness enveloped him, his words dripping with a sinister certainty. The truth unraveled like a dark tapestry, exposing the extent of his depravity. The families of past tenants came forward, sharing tales of unease and loss, validating a pattern of manipulation and terror that spanned years. During the trial, Weber's facade of sanity cracked, revealing a mind consumed by delusions of grandeur intertwined with the very essence of the building itself. The jury's swift verdict of guilt echoed through the courtroom, sealing Weber's fate as a predator lurking in the walls, his whispers forever etched in the memories of those who dared to listen. Now the once bustling apartment building stands silent and empty, a ghostly monument to the horrors that unfolded within its walls. Despite attempts at renewal and fresh beginnings, the echoes of the past persist. Residents speak of strange phenomena, a murmur in the vents, a whisper in the walls, a reminder that some secrets are buried deep within the bones of the building, waiting to be heard by those who dare to listen. Story 12. The real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints offered no clue to its existence. Yet as the family unraveled the worn carpet, they uncovered a hidden door, a door sealed with a heavy, rusted handle. With combined effort, they pried it open, unleashing a wave of stagnant air heavy with the scent of damp earth. A staircase descended into the shadows, beckoning them into the unknown. Expecting storage space, they were met with a solitary chair beneath a flickering light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a series of photographs, familiar faces staring back at them. The Mercers had moved into the suburban house in the dead of winter, when darkness shrouded the neighborhood and the trees stood bare against the cold sky. The old two-story structure, with its weathered facade and creaking floors, exuded a quaint charm that drew them in. Little did they know the depths of history and darkness that lurked within its walls, waiting to entwine with their lives. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit already at work securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's frantic call had described the chilling discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before further exploration," Connors instructed, gloving her hands with practiced precision. The camera's flashes briefly illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the eerie setting. The wooden steps groaned under their weight as they descended into the small basement, akin to a standard bedroom in size, its concrete walls painted a drab gray. A solitary chair stood anchored to the floor at the room's center, bathed in the harsh glow of the swinging light bulb. Yet it was the row of photographs that held their gaze, 37 images arranged meticulously in a timeline. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," remarked Connor's partner, studying the timestamps on the prints. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their rooms." The absence of forced entry puzzled them. No signs of theft marred the scene. Only a profound violation of privacy pervaded the air, shattering the family's sense of security. Forensic analysis revealed a multitude of fingerprints, many belonging to the property's previous owners. A troubling pattern emerged as they delved into the house's tumultuous past 6 changes of ownership in a decade, each family departing after brief stays, selling at diminishing values. None had alluded to the hidden basement. "We must speak with every former owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notes. The case grew more ominous as they unraveled the property's history. Inconsistencies marred the record's altered blueprints, withdrawn permits, redacted inspection reports. A breakthrough came during an interview with the contractor who had renovated the house years earlier. His pallor drained upon seeing photos of the basement. "That room isn't real," he insisted, hands trembling. "I gutted that place to its bones." No basement, no door, just dirt and concrete beneath the living room. Digital forensics unearthed a trove of images from a hidden memory card, expanding their evidence beyond the Mercers to previous families. Children sleeping, parents bickering, mundane moments captured in intimate detail by an unseen presence. The discovery of audio recordings concealed in a weatherproof box deepened the mystery. Conversations from the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room captured with eerie precision by unknown microphones. "We must search every inch," Connors declared, her urgency palpable. "Inspect the walls, vents, fixtures. This voyeur has surveilled these families for years." Behind the wall of photographs, a concealed passage led to a monitoring station, a desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal filled with meticulous observations on each family. their routines, quirks, vulnerabilities meticulously detailed. The handwriting matched that of the house's original builder, Edward Kelvin, who had mysteriously vanished during construction, leaving no trace in official records. The journal's final entries dripped with paranoia and obsession, hinting at a sinister agenda. "They never look down, they never see me," scrawled repeatedly, culminating in a chilling revelation. "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed their suspicions. Edward Kelvin had remained within the house he built, hidden in its labyrinthine passages, observing the families like characters in a macabre play. The manhunt ended when they found him nestled in a crawlspace between bedrooms, his emaciated form attuned to the hidden pathways he had constructed. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as his unwitting subjects, his detachment mirroring a scientist studying specimens. He claimed ownership, convinced they had willingly surrendered themselves to his surveillance. Kelvin's psychological evaluation unraveled a mind consumed by delusions, viewing the families as transitory intruders in his eternal domain. The Mercers, like their predecessors, fled the house, leaving behind possessions in a bid to escape the shadows of the past. The trial laid bare the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, a house designed as a voyeuristic apparatus from its inception, trapping its residents in a web of observation. As the jury passed judgment, Kelvin remained stoic, lost in the recesses of his fractured psyche, reliving his clandestine vigil from within the confines of memory. The property met its end in demolition, erasing the physical remnants of Kelvin's twisted legacy. Yet for those who had dwelled within its walls, the phantom of surveillance lingered, a specter haunting their thoughts in quiet moments. The question lingered, were they ever truly alone, or had their lives always been under watchful eyes concealed within the very architecture meant to shelter them? Story 13. The aged apartment possessed its idiosyncrasies, the groaning pipes, the creaking floorboards, yet the new tenant discerned that what she heard transcended the realm of normalcy. The footsteps, too steady, too deliberate, resonated from above on the top floor where she resided. One fateful night, mustering her courage, she rapped on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. A profound silence enshrouded the space. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the incident of the enigmatic knocking to herself, attributing it to the settling of the building, or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic. Despite her efforts to rationalize, the footsteps persisted, a haunting cadence tracing invisible paths across her ceiling each night. Sarah resorted to raising the volume of her television, donning headphones at bedtime, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls resonating in the darkness above. Detective Morris was alerted to the apartment's peculiarities when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Unveiling a narrow passage hidden behind a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's abode, the worker made a startling discovery: a clandestine living space adorned with remnants of existence, food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The police were summoned promptly. Upon Detective Morris and Detective Rivera's arrival, they encountered the quivering maintenance worker, pallid and shaken. "Someone's been living in the walls," he reiterated incessantly. "Someone's been watching." The notebook divulged meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman's daily life, her routines, her visitors, her meals, her entertainment, her habits. The once neat handwriting morphed into erratic scrawls with enigmatic symbols adorning the margins. The final entry read, "The subject no longer responds to my signals. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams meticulously combed through the hidden passages, unearthing inexplicable fingerprints absent from any database. The labyrinthine network of passageways intertwined within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades upon structural analysis. These passages linked to 5 distinct apartments, converging solely at covert vantage points concealed within one Sarah Coleman's. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies beyond the typical apartment clamor. However, former residents painted a divergent narrative. 3 predecessors of Sarah's described sensations of being watched or hearing inexplicable movements. One tenant had hastily departed after a mere fortnight. None had disclosed their encounters, apprehensive of appearing paranoid. The breakthrough in the case arose with the discovery of minuscule blood spatter within one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis identified the source as Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. Heralded as missing, Martin had dwelled in the apartment directly beneath Sarah's abode. Detective Morris delved into Martin's disappearance, learning that Martin had lamented about disturbances above his residence. Confronting the taciturn tenant residing overhead, Edward, Martin had subsequently disappeared. Edward vacated the premises the following month, leaving no forwarding details. A pattern emerged upon scrutinizing Edward's rental history: a proclivity for top-floor units, minimal social interactions, and abrupt departures. Subsequent investigations unraveled Edward's enigmatic past, unveiling a sequence of unsettling revelations. Edward, identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction specialist, had orchestrated a hidden network of observation points and passages within various apartment buildings. A remote cabin harbored a sinister trove of photographs and notes of former residents, intricate maps of building infrastructures, and journals chronicling his observations and habitat maintenance. At the core of the cabin loomed a corkboard adorned with missing persons, reports 6 individuals who had resided in Edward's previous abodes. Beneath the board, etched into the wooden floor, were deep gouges, suggestive of heavy, repeated dragging. Cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed earth behind the cabin, unveiling one grave, then another and another. As forensic experts endeavored to identify the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, sporadic noises persisted, prompting maintenance personnel to uncover a peculiar find: a newer notebook nestled in a corner where the ceiling met the wall. The initial page bore a cryptic message: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The handwriting mirrored the previous notebook. The final page depicted a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout with a crimson-marked passage and a date set for that very night. Racing against time, officers endeavored to locate Sarah, yet her apartment lay deserted. Her phone rested on the counter, the television flickering, the shower running. Within the bathroom, a message materialized on the fogged mirror, inscribed by a finger: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed, an ominous void gaping above. The pursuit for Edward persists, a shadowy figure entrenched in the art of clandestine habitation. Thermal scans unveiled no current occupancy within the walls of Sarah's building. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remain a mystery, her case interlinked with a string of vanishings spanning multiple states. Authorities have issued warnings to apartment managers regarding unauthorized structural modifications and concealed spaces. Above all, what haunts Detective Morris is not the graves or the macabre revelations, but the image of Sarah ensconced in her apartment, assailed by enigmatic footsteps from an ethereal neighbor above a neighbor who ceased when she knocked, then knocked back. And on solitary nights, cloaked in solitude, Detective Morris gazes up at his ceiling, attuned to the silence, pondering who else may be listening in the shadows of the night. Story 14, The Tale of the Whispering House. She yearned to refresh the nursery before the little one's arrival, where faded blue walls held untold stories in their ancient layers. Brushing on the first coat of white paint, hidden beneath emerged ghostly letters, gradually sharpening into a clear message. Don't let it hear you. A shiver ran down her spine as she stumbled back, noticing tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high for a child's reach. This eerie discovery in the Morgan residence nursery marked the genesis of what the investigators would later dub the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home at an unbelievably low price, unaware of its shadowed past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the door, her notebook at the ready. A pregnant woman, clad in paint-stained overalls, answered, weariness etched under her eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. Trembling, she recounted finding the cryptic message and handprints, sharing that the previous owners had vanished unexpectedly, leaving in the dead of night with only essentials in their car. As Detective Klein traversed the historic home, her steps echoing on aged floorboards, she paused in the nursery, observing the half-painted wall. The unsettling message lingered where the painting had ceased abruptly. Beside it, 5 small handprints imprinted on the wet paint, positioned at an adult's shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed hands 8 times in 3 decades, an unusually high turnover rate. Alarming child welfare reports had been filed for 3 of the families, with children claiming to hear whispers from the walls and sensing a presence watching them as they slumbered. Further investigations unveiled the house's history, once owned by Eleanor Blackwood, a childless widow who ran an orphanage on the premises. A sealed room hidden behind the nursery wall, discovered after Eleanor's passing, held children's belongings but no remains from the missing orphans. Interviews with former residents revealed a chilling pattern of strange occurrences, moving toys, ghostly laughter, and mysterious drawings. Each family recounted a warning message appearing when repainting the nursery, all scribed in Eleanor's handwriting. The detective's inquiries led to a macabre turn when she persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. Distinct anomalies beneath the concrete floor hinted at child-sized shapes. Breaking through the concrete unveiled a grim revelation: 5 sets of child remains in a circular arrangement, victims of Eleanor's sinister scheme. Luminol revealed countless handprints in the nursery, invisible to the eye, glowing in the dark. Eleanor's journals divulged her twisted beliefs, seeking to extract life energy from the orphaned children to prolong her own existence. The victims' tragic fate was finally acknowledged, no longer labeled as runaways but as victims of murder. The nursery walls were demolished and the house stood desolate, the pregnant couple refusing to return. Detective Klein's final report documented the haunting handprints and the chilling message, recognizing that justice had been served but an inexplicable presence lingered within the house, reaching out through time and layers of paint. The house, condemned and abandoned, held onto its dark secrets, a spectral reminder of the past. The detective preserved a photograph capturing 5 glowing handprints in the darkness, a poignant symbol that some crimes leave indelible imprints that no fresh coat of paint can erase. Story 15, The Motel stood dreary, a relic of the past where guests rarely lingered. When the clerk handed her the key, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue tugged at her, beckoning her towards the forbidden. That night, amidst the hushed corridors bathed in dim light, she found herself drawn to that ominous door. The handle sent a chill through her fingertips, and as she leaned in, she could hear a faint breath, a presence lurking within. Detective Morgan Reed roused from her slumber, stepping beneath the yellow tape marking the crime scene. The scent of iron and decay greeted her, a familiar harbinger of tragedy. The room was a paradox-tidy bathroom, untouched bed, and in between a scene of horror. A young woman lay lifeless, her golden locks splayed like a halo, eyes fixed on the ceiling in eternal shock. Reed knelt beside her, mindful not to disturb the delicate dance of evidence markers. "It's the third one this year," the forensic expert remarked dispassionately, capturing the grim tableau with his camera. Same modus operandi. Reed absorbed the information silently, noting the victim's mismatched elegance in this nondescript setting. The handbag lay open, belongings untouched, a crime of passion, not profit. The hotel manager lingered in the shadows, his pallor betraying his unease. "She arrived alone, paid in cash, I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid discovered her during routine cleaning." Reed surveyed the room and knew no signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds. The victim had known her assailant, a chilling realization. Back at the station, Reed pieced together the puzzle on the board. 3 women resembling each other, found in obscure motels. Speculation brewed, whispers of a serial presence haunting the shadows. "Autopsies in," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Strangulation manual, no DNA traces, no signs of assault." Reed's brow furrowed. This was personal, a vendetta veiled in darkness. Days blurred into nights as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage yielded no breakthroughs. The victim, Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst, confounded expectations. Her circle painted her as cautious, methodical, not one to willingly venture into such a place. A breakthrough surfaced during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from work, the sister divulged, hands trembling. "Secretive, complicated, possibly married," Reed lined in. "A name, just C," the sister whispered. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues depicted her as reserved, professional. Yet a business card tucked away led Reed to Charles Emerson, the senior VP. Emerson exuded charm and composure, but Reed sensed a shadow in his gaze. "Did you know Werner personally?" Reed probed casually. A flicker betrayed Emerson, then vanished. "Strictly business." Forensics linked partial prints to Emerson, unveiling a clandestine affair. "She threatened to expose us," Emerson admitted, "but I never visited that motel." Contradicting evidence emerged: a credit card trail, incriminating fibers, damning DNA. Emerson's meticulously constructed facade crumbled. In the interrogation room, his veneer cracked, revealing a man consumed by fear of exposure. The trial unfolded swiftly, a spectacle of justice served. Families found closure as Emerson received a lifetime behind bars. Reed caught his gaze, glimpsing not remorse but a void where empathy should reside. The media dubbed it the "door on the left" case, dissecting its intricacies. But for Reed, closure remained elusive. In hotel corridors, she counted doors, pondering the hidden truths within. 3 keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable deeds, lay locked away, a reminder that some doors, once opened, reveal darkness that can never be erased. Story 16. The mystery began with a package devoid of identifiers, shrouded in enigma and quiet intrigue. No return label, no tracking number, just a lone cardboard box, its edges dampened by the gentle touch of morning dew. It was not intended for her, Sarah Miller knew that much. The address was correct, yet the name inscribed upon it was foreign to her ears. Logic dictated she should have disregarded it, left it undisturbed on the porch where it arrived. But curiosity, that insatiable urge, whispered to her, coaxing her to unravel the enigmatic contents within. With cautious hands, she untangled the tape sealing the box, anticipating mundane contents, a collection of books, perhaps, or garments of little consequence. Instead, nestled within the cardboard confines, lay a solitary VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing a cryptic command: "Watch alone." Sarah gazed at the obsidian-hued plastic rectangle cradled in her palms, a weightiness lingering in the air, as if the tape bore the burden of forbidden secrets. Her fingertips danced along the frayed edges, tracing the imperfections ingrained in the weathered plastic casing. The handwritten note exuded urgency, each stroke of the pen etched with a fervency that spoke of hidden truths yearning to be unfurled. Outside, the suburban landscape hummed with its usual serenade, the distant bark of a dog, the laughter of children frolicking beyond her fence, the rhythmic melody of a lawnmower slicing through the tranquil morning air. Unbeknownst to the ordinary world outside, an enigma had arrived at Sarah's doorstep. With a mixture of trepidation and intrigue, she ushered the package inside, placing it upon her kitchen counter as uncertainty gnawed at the edges of her consciousness. The name adorning the box, Daniel Whitaker, held no significance in her realm. Having resided in her abode for nearly 4 years, she had never before encountered mail addressed to this elusive figure. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell to this residence, seeking proximity to their grandchildren in their twilight years. A battle waged within Sarah, a conflict between curiosity and unease, as her gaze flitted towards the antiquated VCR nestled in a corner, a relic of nostalgia she seldom touched. There was a pull, an inexplicable allure emanating from the mysterious tape, a conundrum cloaked in worn black plastic. Against the protests of prudence, Sarah succumbed to the beckoning call and inserted the tape into the antiquated machine. Initially, the screen flickered with static and ethereal dance of white noise that gradually coalesced into discernible shapes. A dimly lit room materialized, bathed in the glow of a solitary lamp. The camera's angle was askew, imbuing the scene with an air of urgency. A man sat in a wooden chair, his visage veiled by shadows at first. "My name is Daniel Whitaker." His voice, soft yet resolute, resonated through the room. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, which means they will find me as well." Leaning forward, he unveiled features etched with weariness and perpetual vigilance, eyes sunken with fatigue, stubble tracing his jawline, unruly locks framing his countenance. "I am innocent of her murder. This you must believe. They fabricated evidence against me, my fingerprints, my DNA, all tainted by their deception, though I never laid a hand upon her." The camera trembled as Daniel adjusted its position, revealing glimpses of the barren room, bare walls, scant furnishings, the abode of a transient soul prepared to flee at a moment's notice. They orchestrated it all. The official narrative will paint me as her acquaintance, our interactions steeped in conflict. Eyewitnesses will attest to our altercations, yet it is all a ruse. I never crossed paths with Catherine Walsh until her countenance graced the headlines. His voice faltered, betraying a flicker of anguish. Life extinguished, murdered within her abode, and yet my DNA, my essence, tainted the crime scene inexplicably. Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape perched upon her desk, the fifth to surface, each carrying the same desperate plea from the elusive Daniel Whitaker, the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's untimely demise. A man who had vanished into the shadows upon the discovery of her lifeless form. Initially, the Walsh case had seemed straightforward, a young professional woman, strangled within her sanctuary. No signs of forced entry, evidence of a struggle, and a meticulously laid trail of DNA leading to Whitaker, his fingerprints archived from a minor transgression long past. Eyewitnesses attested to his presence near her dwelling in the weeks antecedent. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the fateful night, a case seemingly closed until the arrival of the enigmatic tapes. The tape sows seeds of uncertainty, Detective Ramirez intoned, her voice a melodic cadence as she chronicled her observations. Whitaker's machinations blur the lines between elaborate deceit and darker revelations. Her gaze flitted across the evidence board photographs, capturing Catherine Walsh's radiant smile at a corporate soiree, crime scene images too harrowing to linger upon, maps pinpointing the delivery locations of the mysterious parcels, and at the epicenter, the driver's license portrait of Daniel Whitaker, his eyes beseeching understanding. The tide of the investigation veered unexpectedly when Ramirez unearthed a startling revelation: Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower saga against her employer, Pharmacorp, a powerhouse in the realm of pharmaceuticals, entwined with governmental contracts. Walsh had unearthed discrepancies within their clinical trials, a trove of evidence revealing the concealment of grave side effects within a hastily propelled drug. She intended to testify, a former colleague divulged in hushed tones, casting wary glances towards the exit. Catherine possessed irrefutable proof the executives were cognizant of the perils and chose to bury them. The trial loomed on the horizon. Odd incongruities began to surface. The DNA evidence appeared too pristine, meticulously placed in locales incongruous with the crime's narrative. Witness accounts regarding Whitaker seemed rehearsed, scripted with uncanny uniformity across divergent testimonies. Most disconcerting of all, surveillance footage from neighboring establishments mysteriously corrupted during the crucial window encompassing the tragedy. 3 days hence, Sarah Miller found herself the recipient of a secondary package. This time it bore a trove of documents, clinical evaluations, internal communications, email transcripts, all bearing the digital imprimatur of Catherine Walsh. Each parchment a testament to her righteousness. The trajectory of the investigation altered course. Detective Ramirez united with fellow tape recipients, weaving together the threads of Whitaker's clandestine trail. A former guardian of Pharmacorp's digital sanctum, he had chanced upon Catherine's name ensnared in an anomalous security protocol beyond his purview. They surveilled her, Whitaker elucidated in a subsequent tape that surfaced. I glimpsed the orders for her monitoring within the system. They were aware of her quest for truth. Then abruptly I found myself locked out of the network. The subsequent day she lay lifeless, and inexplicably I was cast as the malefactor. The pivotal moment arrived when Sarah Miller discerned a minuscule detail, overlooked by others, a reflection within a window behind Whitaker, unveiling a lineup of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they unveiled the locale. Within Unit 217, a revelation awaited them. Daniel Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy, the original documents amassed by Catherine, and most damning of all, meticulous schemes choreographing Whitaker's framing, inscribed in the hand of Pharmacorp's head of security, a former law enforcer endowed with access to evidence protocols. Justice was not meted out through a dramatic apprehension, but through the gradual accumulation of irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced indictment. The head of security confessed, bartering his knowledge for clemency, poised to testify against his complicit superiors. The drug faced retracted consideration from the market. Emerging from seclusion, Daniel Whitaker bore the scars of his fugitive ordeal, a specter of his former self. Charges against him were expunged, yet the ordeal had etched its mark indelibly upon his spirit. Sarah Miller encountered him once when he retrieved his tape. They exchanged fleeting words upon her porch, the very spot where the enigma had first alighted. "Why me?" she queried. "Why was it dispatched to my abode?" He met her gaze with a weariness born of tribulation. "The algorithm chose you. I necessitated individuals untethered to me, or Catherine individuals beyond their scrutiny. individuals whose discernment remained unclouded amidst the cacophony of accusatory headlines. The erstwhile suspect and the inadvertent witness stood in shared silence, contemplating the tenuous demarcation separating justice from contrived falsehoods. Sarah eventually broke the tranquility. The erroneous address transpired to be precisely the correct one. The VHS tapes found sanctuary within the confines of evidence, tangible relics underscoring the notion that truth often arrives in guises unforeseen, cloaked in unfamiliar appellations, awaiting a soul intrepid enough to probe its depths. Story 17. The dwelling had sat abandoned for countless seasons, shrouded in whispers of a young woman who vanished without a trace. A tale woven by neighbors who spoke of her disappearance as if carried away by the wind. But when the new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a peculiar sight, the bedroom door sealed shut from within. With effort they breached the barrier, unveiling a room cloaked in stillness, burdened by the weight of time and neglect. Yet an unsettling aura lingered, stirring the air with a sense of unease. The bed lay neatly arranged, the mirror free of blemish. A solitary candle stood dormant, its essence reduced to a mere memory, with wax resembling frozen tears. And there upon the desk rested a notebook, its pages adorned with fresh ink. The final entry bore the date of her disappearance. Detective Morgan delved into the cryptic entries while forensic experts meticulously combed the room for elusive clues. The handwriting belonged to Elise Winters, a woman of 26, reported missing by her kin nearly 5 years prior. Her script flowed elegantly across the parchment, each stroke deliberate and precise, until the final entry, where the ink bore heavily, leaving imprints on subsequent blank sheets. "I sense his gaze upon me this night," the last entry whispered. "The same vehicle has passed thrice by my abode. I've cried out for aid, yet none heed my plea. Should fate intervene, know it was no happenstance." The detective closed the tome, securing it within an evidence pouch. The room exhaled a musty breath, tinged with a subtle hint of chemicals. The landlord loomed in the doorway, visage pallid, arms crossed in silent disquiet. "We combed every crevice ere listing it for lace," he murmured. That door was never sealed. Elise had toiled as a paralegal at Harriman and Associates, a prestigious legal enclave embroiled in high-stakes corporate litigations. Colleagues described her as methodical, devoted, yet gradually withdrawing in the days leading to her vanishing act. She lingered past twilight, her superior confided to the investigators. Mentioned uncovering discrepancies in the Westridge acquisition archives, altered figures, falsified documents. The detective scrutinized portraits of Elise, auburn locks framing somber eyes behind spectacles, perpetually attired in professional attire. The woman portrayed seemed too composed to evaporate into thin air, too organized to dissolve without a trace. The chamber unveiled scant clues, no traces of strife, no crimson stains. Merely a frozen tableau, as if Elise had momentarily stepped away, intending to return. The candle on the desk had metamorphosed into ebony wax, devoid of fragrance. Beneath it, the wood bore scars from searing heat. "What revelations have you unearthed?" queried Morgan of the forensic lead. Multiple sets of prints, mostly eroded with time, yet the intriguing part lies in what's absent. The knob was purged of prints inside and out, likewise the window fastenings. The team probed beneath baseboards, scrutinized behind outlets, scouring for concealed recesses. Beneath a loose floorboard near the closet, they chanced upon a clandestine cache, a waterproof vessel harboring a flash drive and a key. The key unveiled a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank, concealing a second flash drive and a trove of documents. The papers unveiled financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics unveiled the contents of both drives, audio recordings, and spreadsheets chronicling manipulated data from Westridge's flagship drug trial, Neurapax. The recordings echoed Elise's voice and that of Vincent Harriman, the firm's senior partner. "These figures must not see daylight," Harriman intoned in a recording. The adverse effects manifested in nearly 40% of subjects, not the 4% disclosed. "Should this leak, our empire crumbles and Westridge shares plummet. Lives hang in the balance," Elise countered. "The seizures manifest precisely as the original data foretold." "This dialogue remains confidential," Harriman declared. "Remember, what is discussed within these walls remains confined within, for all our sakes." The detective liaised with pharmaceutical overseers, corroborating that Neurapax had been silently withdrawn following a surge in patient fatalities, mirroring Elise's concealed findings. Subpoenas unfurled Harriman's personal and corporate records, revealing not directly tying him to Elise's disappearance until charges surfaced for an industrial cleanup at his vacation estate post her vanishing. Upon scouring the premises, minuscule traces of blood aligning with Elise's genetic blueprint emerged, despite meticulous scrubbing. The evidence was circumstantial yet damning. The enigma of the sealed chamber persisted until Morgan scrutinized surveillance footage from neighboring abodes. A figure akin to Harriman's silhouette approached the abode on the evening Elise vanished amidst torrential downpour. The footage captured his ingress, yet unveiled no sign of egress through visible means. Returning to the bedroom with a structural engineer, they unveiled a concealed passage at the rear of the closet, linking to subterranean maintenance corridors sprawling beneath the neighborhood's antiquated dwellings. The passage had been concealed with fresh plaster and painted to blend seamlessly with the original wall. Vincent Harriman was apprehended during a board conclave. Confronted with the damning proof, he clung to his innocence, ascribing Elise's machinations to a bid to flee the nation with the incriminating documentation. She was unbalanced, plagued by paranoia, he professed to the investigators. She fabricated evidence to assail the firm post her promotion denial. The jury dissented. Footage salvaged from Elise's covert camera, nestled within a bookend upon her shelf, depicted Harriman entering her sanctum that fateful eve. The recording halted abruptly as he neared her desk, where she sat engrossed in her script. Prosecutors posited that Harriman, post Elise's demise, barricaded the door from within using a rudimentary contrivance of string and hook, absconding through the concealed passage. Years later, he revisited ere the new tenant's arrival to purge any remnant that might implicate him. Unwittingly, he preserved the tableau as investigators needed to unearth the truth. Harriman was convicted of first-degree homicide sans a corpus ever being recovered. The pharmaceutical magnates embroiled in the fraud faced separate indictments. Families of Neurapax casualties launched a class action suit unveiling systemic corruption. At the sentencing, Elise's mother addressed the tribunal. "My daughter's chamber stood frozen, encapsulating the verity she sacrificed herself to unveil. She never truly vacated that space. Her quest for rectitude remained ensconced within, awaiting discovery." The new tenants shunned occupancy. The domicile stands uninhabited anew, its enigmas laid bare yet not forgotten. Locals skirt around it post-twilight, some claiming to glimpse a flicker in the uppermost window the chamber where a young woman waged her final battle against potent men who deemed their misdeeds shielded eternally. Justice sought out Elise Winters, not in life, but in the testimony she left behind. The chamber she seemingly vacated metamorphosed into both her sepulcher and her testament. Story 18. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, undisturbed by even the gentlest whisper of a breeze. The fisherman, lost in his own thoughts, almost missed the sight of a suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, he thought it might be a pile of discarded clothes left behind by careless passers-by. But as he ventured closer, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, thick, sweet, and all too familiar. The suitcase was wrapped in chains, its metal edges tinged with rust from exposure to the elements. When authorities pried it open, they were met not by a pile of garments, but by a haunting sight, a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a silent plea. And at the bottom, a chilling note that sent shivers down their spines. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her handkerchief pressed firmly against her nose to ward off the noxious smell that hung heavy in the air. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her, her once dark hair now matted and her pallid skin marked by the cruel touch of the water. The medical examiner worked meticulously, each movement deliberate as they catalogued every detail before the body was gently taken away. What struck Mercer most was not the manner in which the victim had been disposed of, but the eerie sense of care that had been taken with her appearance, nails polished, hair styled, dressed in garments of luxury. She was not just discarded here, Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the tranquil waters that lapped against the muddy shore. She was prepared, presented. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in selling high-end properties, had lived a life shrouded in mystery. Divorced, childless, residing alone in an affluent neighborhood, she was a figure of ambition and discretion in the eyes of her colleagues. Her sudden disappearance had raised alarm when she failed to show up for a crucial showing with wealthy clients, a deal that promised to be her most lucrative yet. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously curated world, they found her home to be a portrait of perfection. Every corner gleamed with precision, every object in its designated place. Yet it was in her home office that a crack in the facade appeared, a drawer slightly ajar, revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry within sent a chill down their spines. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Further digging into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a trail of unsettling messages from unknown sources, all bearing the same unnerving phrase, "I see your perfection." Each message sent at a precise moment on varying days, a sinister pattern emerging from the shadows. Her online searches for security measures and self-defense tools painted a picture of paranoia, of a woman haunted by an unseen menace. Detective Mercer pieced together the fragments of evidence, the puzzle slowly taking shape before her eyes. This was not a crime of passion, but a ritualistic act carried out with chilling precision. A breakthrough came unexpectedly from a local pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The man who had pawned it was none other than Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker with a penchant for blending into the background. Surveillance footage revealed his repeated visits to Walsh's building, often under the guise of routine maintenance, his presence weaving a sinister thread through her life. Inside Linden's modest apartment, a macabre tableau unfolded. Photos of Walsh and other women adorned the walls, each snapshot capturing a moment of unsuspecting vulnerability. Among them, a shrine dedicated to his victims, hairbrushes filled with strands of hair, tissues stained with lipstick, keys and receipts meticulously arranged. A chilling catalog of obsession. When confronted with the evidence, Linden's demeanor remained eerily tranquil. "They were flawed," he uttered impassively. "They projected perfection, but I saw the truth. Catherine's desk was always in disarray, her lipstick never quite right, her perfection was a lie. The search for the two missing victims hinted at in Lyndon's note led investigators to remote locations where two more suitcases were unearthed, each containing a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Walsh. Real estate agents like her, women who presented an image of flawless precision to the world. Lyndon's trial was a somber affair, the families of the victims looking on in silent grief as justice was served a life sentence, no chance of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was closed, but the shadows of unanswered questions lingered. What drove Lyndon to fixate on these women, to seek out imperfections with such ruthless determination? What darkness within himself had he sought to expunge through his twisted acts? As the river continued its unhurried journey downstream, its waters carrying away all traces of the tragedy that had unfolded upon its banks, in the quiet of the precinct on Mercer's desk lay copies of those haunting journals, a stark reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, darkness could take root. That sometimes the greatest dangers lurked in plain sight, concealed behind a facade of perfection, waiting for that one flaw to betray their true nature. Story 19. In the stillness of the night, the apartment stood silent, its walls holding secrets untold. Abandoned for months, it awaited new tenants, unaware of the hidden horrors lurking within. As the new occupants crossed the threshold, their expectations were modest, perhaps just a layer of dust, a few remnants of the past. However, one door remained stubbornly closed, a closet locked from the inside, concealing a mystery waiting to be unraveled. With a determined push, the landlord finally forced the door open, revealing a sight that sent shivers down the spines of those present. The interior of the closet was a canvas of terror, the walls bearing deep, uneven scratches as if etched by desperate hands seeking escape. In the corner lay an ancient flip phone, its screen casting an eerie glow in the dim light, displaying a single unread message that seemed to pulse with a haunting presence. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, felt a chill run down her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It was not the sight of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea for help echoed in those scratch marks, a grim testament to someone's harrowing confinement within that confined space, a battle for survival etched into the very essence of the wood. "We need forensics here immediately," she spoke to her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the chilling evidence. "And gather the records of the previous tenants. We must uncover the truth hidden within these walls." The cryptic message on the phone, simple yet menacing, "I know what you did," cast a shadow of fear over the investigation. The landlord, a jittery figure with clammy hands, revealed scant details about the previous tenant, a young woman named Emma Caldwell who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent and a lingering sense of unease. Forensic analysis unveiled a tapestry of horror woven within the walls of the apartment. Blood samples embedded in the scratches pointed to a grim reality: Emma's struggle for survival, her presence haunting the very fibers of the wood. But amidst the familiar DNA, there were two anomalies, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man long declared dead, casting a pall of mystery over the unfolding investigation. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly coalesced, a narrative of interrupted lives emerged from the shadows. Emma's apartment bore witness to her abrupt disappearance, her belongings frozen in time, a stark reminder of a life abruptly halted. Phone records hinted at a mysterious figure in her life, a shadowy presence that loomed larger with each passing revelation. Surveillance footage painted a haunting picture of Emma's final moments, a man in a baseball cap trailing her into the building, his identity shrouded in darkness. The discovery of Derek Mercer's fingerprints on the closet doorknob unraveled a web of deception, leading Shaw to a chilling realization Emma's fate was intertwined with a man who had long been thought dead. As the investigation delved deeper, a connection to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, surfaced, a link to a past shrouded in shadows and whispered secrets. Mercer's elaborate facade began to crumble, revealing a sinister truth hidden behind a veil of normalcy, a truth that threatened to engulf all who dared to uncover it. The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned across boundaries, a race against time to stop a predator who thrived on the suffering of his victims. Forensic psychologists painted a portrait of a man driven by dark impulses, a twisted desire to watch hope wither away in the confines of his twisted reality. When Mercer was finally apprehended, a sense of closure washed over Shaw and her team, yet the lingering specter of Emma's fate remained unresolved. Mercer's calm demeanor belied a darkness that ran deep, a calculated evil that defied comprehension. The trial laid bare the extent of Mercer's deception, his meticulous planning to evade justice and inflict unspeakable horrors on those who crossed his path. As the gavel fell, sealing his fate with a life sentence, a flicker of satisfaction danced in Mercer's eyes, a grim acknowledgement of a truth known only to him. In the aftermath, Lynette Porter's words echoed through the courtroom, a beacon of resilience in the face of darkness. As Mercer languished in his cell, a prisoner of his own making, the light of justice pierced through the shadows, illuminating a path forward for those left scarred by his malevolence. The legacy of the case reverberated through the halls of law enforcement, a reminder that evil wears many faces, some hidden in plain sight. Detective Shaw kept the closet door mounted on her office wall, a silent sentinel bearing witness to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable horrors. And as the night descended, shrouding the world in darkness, a sense of closure settled over the apartment, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past, finally at peace. Story 20. The new occupants believed it was simply an oddity, the vintage intercom crackling in the dead of night, a relic of the past, updated but left to gather dust in the shadows. Then one evening the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A hushed murmur crackled through the speaker. "Why have you returned?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing close by, murmured, "I never uttered those words." The grand Victorian estate stood nestled amidst ancient oak trees, its weathered facade concealing a modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn to history, had acquired the property at a surprisingly affordable price, despite the realtor's uneasy demeanor during the initial tour. The intercom system, a charming relic connecting every room, had captivated the Parkers, adding to the allure of the old manor. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the residence, gravel crunching under her unmarked car's tires. The call had come in as a possible break-in, but a hint of something deeper lingered in the dispatcher's voice. Daniel Parker, a tall figure with a pale complexion, met her at the entrance, his unease palpable even in the faint porch light. "It all began with the intercom," he recounted, leading Detective Reeves through the lavish foyer. Static at first, then whispers, then full sentences. "My wife thought I was hearing things until she experienced it too." In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, gripping a steaming mug that remained untouched. "We made a discovery behind the wall," she stated abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the pantry, and when he tore down the wall, her voice wavered. Concealed behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves' gloved hands carefully handling the fragile pages revealed the elegant yet frantic handwriting of a woman named Alina, the presumed former owner. The entries chronicled Alina's mounting suspicions of her husband Vincent's intentions to harm her. "The last entry dates back 30 years, Daniel elaborated. and then silence. The previous owners mentioned purchasing it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. Investigations unveiled the history of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the former owners of the estate. Records indicated Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina's supposed departure, with no records of divorce, change of address, or financial activities in Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves organized a team to meticulously scrutinize the property. Ground-penetrating radar exposed anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators breached the aged concrete, the truth surfaced in the form of human remains. Forensic examination confirmed the skeleton as a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band inscribed with "To Alina, my eternal love" was found among the bones. The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly developed. Now aged and residing in a care facility, his mind remained sharp enough to comprehend the accusations leveled against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. She wouldn't cease her chatter. Vincent's voice, eerily composed, rang out. Endless prattle through that cursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she took it upon herself to rewire it. Claimed she wanted to always be able to reach me, no matter where I roamed in the house. His vacant gaze lifted. I craved silence. During his admission, Vincent disclosed his meticulous fabrication of Alina's abandonment, including sending postcards to neighbors from different locations, inscribed in forged penmanship. He had dwelled in the house for years, treading daily over the concrete concealing his wife's remains. The trial concluded swiftly, with Vincent pleading guilty to the crime of murder. The presiding judge highlighted the premeditated nature of the act and the decades-long web of deceit that followed. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the estate, unable to remain in the wake of its grim past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the now-revived garden. The intercom system was dismantled during renovations by the subsequent owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file one last time before its archival. As she sealed the manila folder, she pondered how the house itself seemed to transcend time to unveil its hidden truth. The scales of justice finally tipped against Vincent Blackwood, all because Alina had found a way to have her voice heard. Among local law enforcement, the case became known as the house that echoed back. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass by the property on her way home. She never halted, but she would slow down, window cracked open just a sliver, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 21. She gazed into the mirror, clearing the mist that obscured her reflection. Everything appeared normal at first glance, her face, her attire. Yet a subtle unease crept over her as she continued to peer into the looking glass. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that defied explanation. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, watching her intently. This unsettling moment marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's extraordinary ordeal, a mystery that would baffle investigators and linger in the minds of the community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a humble apartment within a serene suburban enclave, leading a solitary existence. Known for her precise nature and reserved demeanor, she maintained a polite distance from her neighbors while upholding a semblance of familiarity. Her occupation as a meticulous data analyst for a medium-sized firm dictated her days with rigid routine and unwavering accuracy. Never did anyone suspect that she would become entangled in one of the most enigmatic criminal investigations of the era. Initially, peculiar occurrences seemed trivial. Objects within Rebecca's abode would inexplicably shift, no items missing, just subtly rearranged. A coffee cup relocated to a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush displaced. She attributed these anomalies to mere lapses in memory, a consequence of prolonged hours spent analyzing data under harsh fluorescent lights, straining her vision to the point of distortion. Detective Marion Shaw first encountered Rebecca's concerns after she reached out to authorities following weeks of unsettling disturbances. The initial evaluation deemed the situation non-criminal, leaning towards a mental health issue rather than criminal activity. Shaw cataloged the complaint but placed it among the stack of low-priority cases. There was no tangible evidence, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing items. Just a woman plagued by a sense of unease within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted the chilling experience in vivid detail, the sensation of her reflection moving independently, the constant feeling of being under scrutiny even in solitude. This time she presented proof, footage captured by a security camera she had installed, aimed at her entrance. The footage unveiled something that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned officers. The video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed by an exact replica of her using a key to access her residence 20 minutes later. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation, finding none. The doppelganger moved with precision, dressed identically, even carrying Rebecca's distinctive leather bag. However, Rebecca's workplace security system's timestamp data confirmed her presence at the office across town during the same time frame. "We are dealing with a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can imitate her with eerie accuracy." The investigation deepened as fingerprints at the scene matched only Rebecca's, with no foreign DNA uncovered. Neighbors reported no unusual sightings, only witnessing Rebecca's routine comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, recalled greeting Rebecca upon her return one evening without receiving a response, an oddity she noted but deemed non-threatening. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations within her dwelling multiplied. Food vanished from her fridge without recollection. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't initiated. Most unsettling were the self-portraits on her phone, her likeness captured in selfies she had no memory of taking, her expression subtly awry. "I feel as though I am losing my mind," Rebecca confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. Or perhaps someone is orchestrating it to seem that way. Breakthrough dawned when investigators discerned a pattern within the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated during Rebecca's absence for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "An individual intimately familiar with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This is not random, it is calculated surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited a fixation theory, suggesting an individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, living her life, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Though rare, such cases were documented in psychological literature, involving perpetrators who suffered a mental rupture fixating on a target embodying desired traits: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus narrowed upon Rebecca's mention of a former co-worker, Lily Winters, terminated for escalating erratic behavior. Lily, closely associated with Rebecca, frequently remarked on their resemblance. Post-dismissal, she sent Rebecca unsettling emails hinting at a shared identity, We could be mirror images, one message read. At times, I feel more like you than you do. With a warrant secured, Detective Shaw led a search of Lily's abode, unearthing a chilling revelation that escalated the case from disconcerting to petrifying. Within Lily's residence, a room was fashioned into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom, adorned with countless photos capturing Rebecca's daily activities without her knowledge. Wardrobes mirrored Rebecca's attire, cosmetics mirroring her preferred brands, accompanied by meticulous notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and routines. Particularly incriminating were the mimicry videos Lily's attempts at emulating Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions showcased a progression from awkward mimicry to nearly flawless replication. She aspired to be me, murmured Rebecca upon viewing the evidence, not merely imitating but erasing me. Technicians uncovered advanced apparatus for crafting key duplicates and replicating electronic access cards, alongside an intricate system monitoring Rebecca's movements, featuring a calendar with precise schedule projections. Perplexingly, Lily's ultimate intentions remained elusive. Journals discovered in her residence contained disjointed entries alternating between first and third person, at times referring to Rebecca interchangeably as me and her within the same passage. The final journal entry sent shivers down investigators' spines. Soon, only one shall prevail, the stronger version shall endure. When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had absconded, leaving behind signs of abrupt departure, drawers ajar, technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued, prompting Rebecca's relocation to a secure facility under continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, every location linked to her past was vigilantly monitored. Lily remained elusive. The case took a harrowing turn when a security officer at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca was sighted entering the premises despite being on leave. Surveillance footage corroborated the account. An individual identical to Rebecca accessed the building using a valid ID, proceeded to her former workstation, and meticulously pored over her files for 40 minutes before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained sequestered in protective custody, rendering her presence at the office implausible. The grim reality unfolded. Lily had not fled, she had made her decisive move. Assumedly, she now inhabited Rebecca's life, seamlessly stepping into her existence while the authentic Rebecca concealed herself. The case lingered unresolved. Lily Winters eluded capture, and Rebecca Thorne opted to forge a new identity in an undisclosed haven, forsaking her former life. Detective Shaw retained a photograph on her desk, a pair of strikingly similar women, one Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. Occasionally she scrutinized their visages, seeking disparities, the subtle nuances demarcating one from the other. The true terror, Shaw imparted to rookie detectives, does not lie in resembling or sounding like another. It resides in the fervent desire to assume another's identity to the extent of erasing oneself in the process. Our identity is not merely what we present, but what we safeguard most zealously. Sometimes its worth is only realized when threatened with theft. Story 22. The arrival of Michael and Sarah Klein to their new Victorian-era home was shrouded in an air of mystery. The old house stood stoic, its ornate woodwork whispering tales of bygone days. The previous owner, a silver-haired woman named Margaret Cavendish, had parted with the property swiftly, leaving the couple intrigued by the secrets hidden within its walls. One fateful day, a yellow stain on the bedroom wallpaper caught Sarah's eye, sparking a journey into the unknown. As they peeled back the layers, a name emerged: Alina Winters, scrawled in ink in a frenzied script. Who was this mysterious Alina, and why was her name etched into the very essence of the house? Late nights were spent delving into the shadows of the past, uncovering the haunting truth behind the name. Eleanor Winters, a woman vanished without a trace, her face hauntingly familiar in the faded photograph. The resemblance to Margaret Cavendish sent shivers down their spines, blurring the lines between past and present. Their quest for answers led them down a winding path of discovery. Property records revealed no trace of Eleanor Winters, casting a veil of suspicion over Margaret's enigmatic past. The walls whispered secrets of a life lost to time, urging Michael and Sarah to unravel the enigma that bound them to the house. With each revelation, the mystery deepened, drawing them into a web of intrigue that spanned decades. The missing pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, painting a portrait of obsession and betrayal hidden within the walls of their home. Forensic teams descended upon the property, unearthing long-buried truths that sent shockwaves through the sleepy neighborhood. Beneath the serene surface lay a tale of deception and tragedy, woven into the very fabric of the house they had called their own. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling truth emerged, a tale of fractured identities and a mind consumed by darkness. Eleanor Winters and Margaret Cavendish were but masks worn by a troubled soul named Rebecca Eldridge, a woman tormented by demons of her own making. The walls bore witness to the horrors that lurked within, serving as both confidant and captor to Rebecca's fractured psyche. The names etched upon them were a testament to a life lost and a soul torn asunder by the weight of its own deception. In the end, justice prevailed, albeit belatedly. Eleanor's remains were discovered buried beneath the garden, bringing closure to a long-forgotten chapter of tragedy. Rebecca, in her myriad guises, faced the consequences of her actions, her elaborate charade crumbling in the harsh light of truth. And so Michael and Sarah's dream home transformed into a haunting memory, a relic of a dark past that refused to be forgotten. The house where the walls whispered of murder, where secrets lay hidden in the shadows, a testament to the fragile nature of reality and the depths of the human soul. Story 23. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time within the old house. Forgotten memories resided within its confines, captured in faded Polaroids of joyful occasions and family gatherings. Each image told a story of days gone by, of laughter and togetherness. But one photograph stood out among the rest, shrouded in an aura of mystery and unease. In that final photo, amidst the familiar setting of her living room, a family unknown to Rebecca sat on the couch, their smiles frozen in time. Behind them, barely visible in the shadows, stood a figure watching from the hallway, a silent observer in the dim light. As Rebecca gazed at the unsettling image, a chill crept up her spine, stirring a sense of foreboding within her. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, she carried the enigmatic photo to the kitchen, where harsh fluorescent light illuminated its eerie details. The resemblance between the room in the picture and her own was uncanny, yet the people captured within were strangers to her, their presence a haunting enigma. Enter Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye and a weathered demeanor. With a methodical approach, he delved into the origins of the photograph, seeking answers in the tangled web of the house's history. The trail led back through a succession of past occupants, each leaving behind a trail of questions and disappearances. A breakthrough emerged when a former mail carrier identified the family in the photo as the elusive Sutherlands, who had vanished without a trace years ago. Their abrupt disappearance mirrored a pattern of unsettling events that haunted the house, a pattern of families vanishing after precisely 1 year of residence. Forensic analysis of the photograph revealed hidden details, shedding light on the enigmatic figure in the hallway. Tall, male, and obscured in darkness, his presence loomed ominously in the background, a silent sentinel of the house's dark secrets. As Detective Morgan uncovered the chilling history of the property, a connection emerged to a long-lost architect, Samuel Whitfield, whose shadow loomed large over the house's past. Reports of his death in a construction accident clashed with evidence linking him to the unsettling events unfolding within the house. The investigation culminated in a grim discovery beneath the basement floor, a burial ground of the missing families, preserved in a macabre tableau of forgotten lives. Among their possessions lay a camera, capturing moments of unsuspecting joy tainted by the malevolent presence haunting the house. The truth unraveled in a hidden crawlspace in the attic, revealing a disturbing collection of photographs, a journal of twisted observations, and a chilling revelation of impending danger. Rebecca, now a target of the unseen watcher, found herself thrust into a nightmare from which there was no escape. As the investigation continued, the house stood silent and empty, its secrets buried deep within its walls. The enigma of Samuel Whitfield lingered, his true fate shrouded in mystery, leaving behind a legacy of fear and uncertainty. And so, in the shadows of that darkened room, new families and new homes became unwitting subjects of a malevolent gaze, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, lest they awaken forces beyond comprehension. The echoes of the past lingered, a haunting refrain of unseen watchers and vanished souls, a tale of darkness waiting to be told. Story 24. Once upon a time, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a subtle disturbance in the peaceful night. The mother, half asleep, brushed it off as a mere glitch, nothing to worry about. But then the silence was shattered by crackling static, and a soft, eerie voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." In an instant, a chill ran down her spine, freezing her in place as fear crept into her heart. With a racing pulse, she hurried to her son's room, only to find the crib empty, devoid of the precious bundle that should have been there. The room was as she left it, window closed, door locked tight. The only anomaly was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its lifeless black eyes seeming to stare accusingly at her. Rebecca's world shattered at that moment, her screams tearing through the night until her voice was raw, echoing with the agony of a mother's worst nightmare. The neighbors, stirred by her cries, dialed emergency services, ushering in a flurry of flashing lights and urgent voices. As authorities descended upon the scene, they found Rebecca cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of despair and disbelief on the nursery floor. Little Samuel, just 4 months old, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void too profound to fathom. The investigation that followed was fraught with confusion and dead ends. No signs of forced entry marred the home, the security system remained intact, and the recorded footage from the baby monitor revealed only the haunting voice and static that had shattered their peaceful night. Suspicions turned towards Rebecca as the primary suspect. Her husband Daniel had been away on business, their strained relationship and her battle with postpartum depression casting shadows of doubt upon her. Detectives noted her unnervingly composed demeanor, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within her. Whispers swirled through the community, casting shadows of doubt and fear. But then a glimmer of hope emerged, a clue, small yet significant. Microscopic fibers, foreign to the household, clung to the nursery windowsill, hinting at an intruder's stealthy entry from outside. The focus shifted, unveiling a shadowy figure captured by neighboring security cameras, a mysterious presence moving in the darkness. A footprint in the garden soil matched specialized climbing gear, leading the investigation down a new path of intrigue and suspicion. Daniel's return brought a fresh wave of uncertainty, his demeanor troubled, and his hands bearing telltale calluses from a recent foray into rock climbing. Financial records painted a grim picture, unveiling a hidden life and a web of deceit that threatened to unravel the truth. The baby monitor, once a source of comfort, became a harbinger of darkness. Digital forensics revealed a sinister breach, the whispers that haunted Rebecca originating not from within the nursery but from a remote source, manipulating their reality. A breakthrough led investigators to a chilling discovery in a residential basement: the missing Samuel, alive and in the care of a woman named Elaine. Her vacant eyes betrayed a deeper sorrow as she surrendered, revealing a connection to Daniel that defied comprehension. Through a tangled web of secrets and lies, the truth emerged. Elaine, Daniel's first wife, haunted by a past tragedy, had orchestrated the abduction, driven by a longing that consumed her. Daniel's betrayal and greed had set the stage for a heinous crime that shattered lives. In the courtroom, the hushed silence was broken by the haunting audio from the baby monitor, weaving a tale of deception and betrayal. Daniel's cough, a damning echo from the past, sealed their fates as justice finally caught up with the perpetrators. As the trial concluded, Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The case served as a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in the digital age, urging vigilance and protection for the innocent. Samuel, unaware of the darkness that once threatened to engulf him, grew up in the light of a new dawn. And Rebecca, holding onto the stuffed rabbit with its glassy eyes that had seen it all, found closure in the truth that emerged from the whispers of the night. Story 25. Renovations always have a way of unraveling mysteries long forgotten. Among the dust and debris of the past, Sarah and Michael stumbled upon hidden relics as they restored their Victorian-era home. Old newspapers, shattered trinkets, faded photographs whispered tales of bygone days. Yet it was the unexpected discovery beneath the floorboards that sent shivers down their spines. A letter carefully tucked away, its paper fragile, its ink a ghostly whisper of words. "Don't trust the one who knocked," the message cryptically warned. Before the couple could make sense of it, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty rooms, a chilling echo of the past. Enter Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic. Together with her partner, they delved into the eerie mystery that lurked within the walls of the old house. With the floorboards pried open, a hidden recess revealed itself, a dark abyss that seemed to hold secrets long buried. Reed, her weathered hands a testament to years of scrutinizing evidence, carefully unearthed the ominous note. The couple's inadvertent touch had tainted it, a contamination that couldn't be undone. As Sarah and Michael recounted the unsettling sound of knocking, Reed sensed a genuine fear etched upon their faces. Background checks painted a picture of a seemingly ordinary couple, newlyweds with impeccable credit and steady jobs. However, the house bore a more complex past. Once belonging to the Hargrove family, its halls had remained silent for years following the passing of its last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly recluse with no known enemies. Forensic analysis dated the cryptic note back 2 decades, its script bearing traces of distress and urgency. Margaret, in her twilight years, had lived with her late husband Franklin, a respected teacher known for his woodworking craft, yet whispers from the past hinted at a darker truth. Franklin's descent into paranoia, his fear of a mysterious collector who came knocking, unraveled a thread of deceit woven within the walls of their home. Through painstaking investigation, Reed uncovered the chilling tale of Victor Mercer, a shadow from the past with ties to illegal gambling and debt collection. His disappearance 20 years prior had left a void in the community, a void now filled with the echoes of his untimely demise. The cadaver dogs led the team to a grim discovery beneath the house, a skeleton, fractured and forsaken, its identity lost to time. Margaret's sister, her memories fading like shadows in the dusk, whispered of the collector's haunting visits and Margaret's silent terror. Franklin's desperate act to protect his beloved had sealed their fates, entombing a grim secret beneath the floorboards. The diary entries found in the attic bore witness to Margaret's descent into madness, haunted by the ghostly knocks that echoed through her solitude. With the pieces of the puzzle falling into place, justice, though cold and belated, was served. The remains of Victor Mercer found their way back to the light, closure finally granted to those left behind. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's grim legacy, bid farewell to its haunted halls, leaving behind whispers of a past best forgotten. The old house, now a silent sentinel, stands vacant, its corridors echoing with the phantom sounds of 3 distinct knocks in the dead of night. Local lore weaves tales of a haunting presence, a spectral reminder of secrets long buried. Detective Reed closed the case, her final report a testament to the lingering mysteries that defy resolution. Some truths, she mused, remain shrouded in darkness, their whispers echoing through the halls of time, a chilling reminder to all who dare to uncover the shadows of the past. Story 26, The Unseen Observer. She always avoided venturing into the attic, finding it a place of unsettling shadows and forgotten memories. But when a storm tore through the night, the relentless rain seeping through the roof, she had no choice but to climb the creaking stairs to investigate. The attic greeted her with a musty embrace, filled with a jumble of long-forgotten items, shrouded in layers of dust and delicate cobwebs spun by unseen weavers. In the dim light filtering through a small window, her gaze was drawn to a peculiar sight in the far corner, a weathered dollhouse, its intricate details whispering of a forgotten past. Each tiny piece of furniture within was meticulously arranged, frozen in time. Yet, as she peered closer, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures inhabiting the miniature rooms were not dolls, but intricately carved replicas of her own family. Every detail painstakingly recreated, every member captured in a moment of stillness. There was her father with his familiar receding hairline, her teenage brother in his favorite hoodie, her mother with a small birthmark on her hand. And there, where she ought to be, was an empty space. The figure meant to be her likeness stood unnaturally by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the miniature world. Rebecca Morgan couldn't shake the unease that gripped her as she traced a trembling finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the indentation where her miniature counterpart stood. It was a discovery that sent a chill through her, beyond the mere draft that whispered through the aging rafters. This dollhouse was out of place, a relic of a past she had never known. This was not the house of her childhood, but a temporary dwelling her family had only recently moved into. The unsettling revelation sparked a chain of events that would unravel a mystery hidden within the walls of the house. Rebecca's call to the authorities brought Detective Sarah Harmon to the scene, where a family in distress awaited, their fears palpable in the air. What seemed at first like a bizarre prank or a figment of an overactive imagination soon revealed itself to be a tapestry of unsettling truths. The detective was struck by the meticulous craftsmanship of the miniature figures, each one a mirror reflecting a facet of the family's reality. But it was the absence of fingerprints belonging to any known inhabitant that set the investigation on a darker path. As forensic teams delved deeper, they uncovered a web of surveillance woven into the dollhouse, with hidden cameras capturing the minutiae of the family's daily lives. The positions of the tiny figures within the dollhouse mirrored not just a single evening, but a pattern of observation spanning days, hinting at a meticulous observer with intimate knowledge of the family's routines. Detective Harmon's words echoed with a sense of unease as she pieced together the puzzle unfolding before her, a level of obsession that defied conventional understanding. A hidden passage concealed behind a pantry wall led investigators to a secret chamber beneath the house, a shadow realm where an intruder had made a clandestine home long before the Morgans arrived. The absence of forced entry confounded the authorities, as did the revelation that the house had stood vacant for months, a silent witness to unseen eyes. The enigma deepened as digital breadcrumbs led to a small apartment across town, a lair adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and other unsuspecting occupants. Journals chronicled the minutiae of daily life with chilling accuracy, each entry a testament to an obsession that knew no bounds. And in a workshop filled with miniature replicas of homes, the true extent of the intruder's fixation came to light. Martin Wells, son of the previous homeowners, emerged as the architect of the haunting tableau. His motivations, shrouded in possessive delusion, painted a picture of a man consumed by a need for control. The dollhouses were not mere playthings, but a means to possess not just the property, but the lives within. As the truth unfurled like a dark blossom, Wells remained eerily composed, his words a chilling echo of a fractured mind seeking solace in a twisted reality. The courtroom echoed with the weight of his crimes as he faced charges of intrusion, surveillance, and the violation of sanctity. The judge's voice carried a somber note as the sentence was passed, acknowledging the profound breach of trust inflicted upon the Morgan family. The tendrils of Wells' obsession had woven a tapestry of fear and violation, a shadow that lingered long after the truth had come to light. The tale of the unseen observer sent ripples through the corridors of criminal psychology, a testament to the depths of human obsession and the fragility of our sanctuaries. The Morgans sought solace in a new beginning, far from the haunted house that had borne witness to their unwitting role in a twisted drama. And yet in the quiet moments of night, Rebecca found herself haunted by a lingering fear, a specter of eyes unseen and shadows unexplored. The dollhouses were gone, the intruder unmasked, but the echo of his presence lingered, a reminder that in the darkness, unseen eyes may still watch, and unseen hands may still move the pieces of a macabre game. As she sought refuge in a new haven, far from the whispers of the past, Rebecca knew that some ghosts linger not in attics or basements, but in the recesses of the mind, where the line between reality and nightmare blurs and the unseen observer watches on. Story 27, the old library faced its fate of demolition, a quiet acceptance lingering in the air. The workers moved methodically, their hands and tools almost in sync as they dismantled the familiar shelves that once held countless stories. And then amidst the dust and debris, a moment of discovery unfolded. A worker, weary from the day's labor, stumbled upon a hidden latch, a small detail in the grand scheme of things. With a soft click, the bookshelf revealed its secret, a passage leading to a forgotten chamber, untouched by time. The room whispered of mystery, its silence heavy with the weight of years gone by. No furniture adorned its bare walls save for a solitary chair, its presence commanding attention in the center, anchored to the floor as if rooted in the past. And etched on the aged walls, a haunting repetition of words, "I am still here." A call echoed through the construction site, the foreman's voice tinged with urgency as he summoned the authorities. What started as a routine job now teetered on the brink of something darker, something veiled in shadows and unanswered questions. Detective Morgan Walsh arrived, his seasoned eyes taking in the scene before him with a mix of curiosity and unease. 2 decades on the force had shown him much, but nothing quite like this. In the dim light of the hidden room, Walsh's flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing the chilling message etched into the walls like a desperate plea from the past. "Secure the scene," his command rang out, bouncing off the confined walls. "Preserve everything until forensics can unravel this enigma." The library's history whispered of secrets long kept hidden. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the building bore witness to a tragedy shrouded in mystery, the disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Her vanishing act had left a void in the community, a puzzle unsolved despite years of searching and speculation. The whispers of her fate lingered, haunting the very walls she once walked through. As forensic experts delved into the room's secrets, a macabre tale began to unfold. Traces of a young woman, strands of hair and fibers, painted a grim picture of captivity. The chair, a silent witness to untold horrors, bore the scars of a struggle, its restraints weathered with time yet still whispering of confinement. Walsh delved deeper, his instincts sharpened by the scent of deception lingering in the air. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance raised suspicions, a connection waiting to be unearthed. And as the layers of history were peeled back, a chilling revelation emerged. The bookshelf, the hidden room, it all led back to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle, and a figure shrouded in shadows. His ties to the contractor who crafted the secret chamber hinted at a darker truth, a truth stained with blood and betrayal. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit, painting a portrait of a family torn asunder by secrets too long buried. When DNA confirmed Rebecca's presence in the hidden room, the past collided with the present in a symphony of tragedy. Maxwell's journal, a damning confession in ink, laid bare his obsession with his niece, a possessiveness that spiraled into darkness. The truth, once obscured, now stood glaringly bright in the harsh light of justice. In a coastal town, Maxwell's veneer of respectability cracked under the weight of guilt and shame. His admission, a hollow echo of remorse, revealed the depths of his depravity. Rebecca's fate, sealed beneath the floorboards of the hidden room, now demanded justice, a reckoning long overdue. As the excavation unearthed her remains, a silver bracelet glinting in the sun, the Harrington family faced their demons. Maxwell's sentence echoed through the courtroom, a final chapter in a saga of loss and betrayal. And as the library stood as a monument to a life cut short, the community gathered, leaving tokens of remembrance at its doorstep. Rebecca's message, a plea etched in desperation, echoed through the halls of the old library. "I am still here," she whispered, a ghostly reminder that some truths refuse to stay buried, that justice, however delayed, will always find its way home. And as the sun set on the once forgotten chamber, a peace settled over the room, a quiet acknowledgement of a story finally brought to light.